Tegan's POV. I didn't overlook the fear in his eyes. He was at a loss for words. I'm not sure where the sudden burst of confidence came from. Maybe it was Ezra, maybe even Gemma, or it was an instinct to protect my pup. Either way, I meant every word. If he even dares to treat Elias other than the king's heir, I will kill him with my bare hands, showing no remorse. I always wanted him to be happy, always wanting to please him. But now that I sit here staring at his weak demeanour, I could care less with how he feels or what he thinks. He could die today, and I may not even shed a tear. That's how much I didn't give a fuck. I hadn't realised this until today. I wanted love and affection from him for so long without knowing what that was supposed to feel or look like. But now that I am a mother myself, I don't understand how he could ever treat his pup the way he did. It dawned on me when he spoke poorly of my child. Elias was an infant and didn't deserve the hate that man had in his heart. I'd be damned if he thought he could disrespect the future king because I was his mother. Now eat your dinner and shut the fuck up, I said, letting out a bit of my powerful aura that festered inside of me. He still hadn't said a word. However, his hussy of a wife thought she could. Drake, dear, are you going to let her speak to you that way? His eyes darted over to her as fear crossed his face again. I'm sorry, Jessie. Was I unclear of what we were to be doing right now? I asked, waiting for a response. It's Luna, Jessie. It's Luna if I chose it to be. But I didn't, did I? I asked in a threatening tone. Just shut your fucking mouth, my father said under his breath. She turned her face so that I could not see her as she whispered, also thinking I wouldn't be able to hear her. She is a mutt, Drake. You said so yourself. An unworthy mutt who has no business being born to the Alpha family. Why should she be able to disrespect you in your own home? I am far from a mutt. That is actually your bloodline if I'm not mistaken, I stated. I had nothing against Omegas. I only said it to be a bitch. She may be a Luna by title, but she will always have the bloodline of an Omega. All eyes were now on me as I chewed my food. Silence all around the table. Mama, you can't let her talk like that. You're the Luna. Ali tried saying as Jessie shushed her. You can hear? My eldest brother Darian asked. I stuck my finger up as if saying, give me a minute as I continue to eat. Man, that's some good food. Isn't it everyone to see? I asked as I looked around the table. Ezra had a big smile on his face, making me feel that much more confident. Tegan, Darian started to say before I cut him off. It's Queen Tegan to you, I said before handing Elias to Ezra. My eyes looking from one person to the next, letting them know what I was going to say next was for them all. You all either treated me like shit or never said a word while I was being treated like shit, which is just as bad, I said as my eyes looked at Frederick. That was one thing I could say regarding him. He never tormented me, but he sure never tried stopping anyone who did. No need to apologize now. It's a little too late for that, isn't it? No matter. I only came for one purpose, and it was not to support Darian. I truly believe he is not worthy of the title, but he is the firstborn after all, I said, making his lip twitch as he held back a growl. Go on, let it out. Nothing has stopped the aggression before. So what's stopping you now? I asked as I looked him in his eyes. You wouldn't be this confident if your royal husband wasn't sitting next to you, Ali said, making me smile. Goddess, I was hoping she would speak to me. I have wanted nothing more than to treat her the way she did me all this time. A smile crept up on my face as I pushed the chair, backwards, walking around to stand directly behind her. What was that, Al? I asked, as my hand gently went into her hair, grabbing it hard enough to not hurt but to prove a point as I pulled her head backwards, her eyes connecting with mine as tears in her eyes sprang forward. Let her go, Jessie screamed, jumping up trying to grab at my arm. I stuck my hand out, snatching her hand within my own, as I squeezed enough to make her fall to her knees but not enough to break her bones. As I was saying, I am not the same girl I was when you all continuously hurt me. I will not tolerate disrespect from any of you, nor will I allow anyone in this pack to treat me poorly ever again. I am not afraid to stand my ground and fight if need be. Don't worry, I'm not biased. I'll take on a man just like I would a woman. Truthfully, it wouldn't take much to tempt me. I already desire to hurt you all. With that being said, don't give me a reason to, I said, releasing both Ali and Jessie as I went back to my seat. You're different, Frederick said, stating the obvious. Frederick, tomorrow you and I will have a talk in the office, I said, avoiding his statement. Oh, the office will be mine tomorrow, I said, looking at both Darian and our father. Your bedroom is empty. Use that, Darian stated. Meh, I will use the Alpha office. Appreciate the awesome gesture, though, I said before looking back at Frederick. As I was saying, we will sit down and discuss your application to be the Alpha of the Silverline Pack. I don't have a chance, do I? He asked, sorrow written on his face. I didn't say that. You have as many qualities as the others. I will not interview you as my brother. You'll have a fair shot as the others do, I said before looking at Ezra. Isn't that right? I asked. Yup, Ezra said as he took a bite of his own food. You're a woman. A woman shouldn't be making big decisions like that. Darian then said, Careful there, big brother. I may just challenge you for your position so that I can recrown this pack a new Alpha. Dismantling Declan's leadership of the Red Blood Pack? I said, threatful. You wouldn't, Darian screamed. Try me. I promise you won't like the outcome, I stated. Tegan's POV. The remainder of the dinner went smoothly. None dared to speak. I preferred it that way. Their voices irritated me anyway. Once Ezra and I retired to the room for the night, he began to make a pallet on the ground in the room. As much as I respected what he was doing, I couldn't allow him to sleep on the ground. You can sleep on the bed, I then said as I laid a sleeping Elias in his playpen. Then where are you going to sleep? He asked, concerned. In the bed, I said, as I pulled the blankets back. Do you mean to sleep together? Yes, Ezra. It's not like we've never shared a bed. Just keep your hands to yourself, I said as I climbed in. He quickly jumped from the ground, grabbing his pillow and dove right in. I switched the light off and grabbed the extra pillow, shoving it between the two of us. A pillow barrier, really? He then asked with a chuckle. Yes, really, so that you know your side and I know mine. Don't cross the pillow. I grumbled as I began to get comfortable. Silence filled the room before sleep overtook us. The next day came faster than expected. I woke up with the sun shining, feeling more rested than I had in a very long time. When I started to move, I realized my legs were not tangled with the body pillow. I looked over to see Ezra snoring softly as my legs were on his side. He made good with the pillow barrier and remained on his side. But somehow, I did not. I slowly began to pull my leg from between him to not wake him. The last thing I needed was him thinking I wanted cuddles. But you do. Look at that glorious face and his beautiful beard. You know that's his flavor saver growing on his face. I say, we wake him up by sitting on it, Gemma said, making me embarrassed as if anyone other than me could hear her thoughts in my mind. I am not sitting on his face. Also, did you just call his beard a flavor saver? What does that even mean? You know, as he is munching on our pussy, the juices flow freely down his face. His beard catches all those glorious drippings, she began explaining, making me picture riding his face as his beard saves all the juices. I quickly yanked my leg out from between his own. The less contact at this point, the better. Especially when Gemma won't stop her explicit thoughts, sending both of our hormones wild. Ezra shifted and sniffed the air as he let out a small groan, followed by a low, rumbling growl. I quickly hop up and rush to the conjoined bathroom. I could smell the arousal seeping from me, and apparently so could he. I hurried and freshened up with a scorching hot shower before coming back out. When I entered the room, Ezra was already up and catering to Elias. Tell me, That don't get your uterus jumping, Gemma piped up as I watched him carefully caress his small body as he soothed him. It doesn't get my uterus jumping, I repeated, totally lying. Of course, he was this big, gentle giant that was fiercely protective and beyond anything I could have ever imagined he would be. When I first met him, he was so hostile while being hot and cold. He made me feel inferior in every way, but now all I feel is equality. I could see he was changing for me, and I wanted to accept that, but my heart just wasn't ready to forgive and forget. I have to get to the office for that interview. Care to join? I asked. I think I'll hang back with Elias. You can handle it alone, right? He was completely trusting my judgment on this. I mean, it is the first interview after all. Yeah, of course, I said confidently, but I was beginning to question myself. If you need me for any reason at all, might link me. I know you've got the interview under lock and key, but I am here for you for anything, and I mean anything else at all, he said as he pulled the bottle out of the warmer for Elias. I know, I said as I walked over to kiss Elias on the forehead. Be back soon. When I come back, I can take you to one of my favourite places in this hellhole, I said as I walked out. When walking down the hall, I passed a few of the pack members. They began to whisper to one another. I only smiled and nodded, not caring as I continued about my business. I finally reached the Alpha office. I stopped to stare at the door before opening it, remembering the times that little me was terrified of knocking, terrified of him striking me for interrupting him. I shook my head as the thoughts disappeared. I turned the knob and opened the door. When the door was finally opened, the most disgusting sight was before me. What kind of marital incest shit is going on here? I nearly screamed. Darian then panicked, pulling his still hardened dick out of none other than Jessie herself. What dad can't keep it up in his old age, so you had to go for the younger version? I asked in a disgusted tone. You keep your fucking mouth closed. Do you hear me? Jessie screamed, making a smile creep on my face. I told you both at dinner I would be using the office. Why the fuck would you openly fuck in here if you didn't want this? Whatever this is to be exposed. Fuck! I zipped my dick in my pants, Darian screamed as he buckled over in pain, making me laugh hysterically. Instant karma. This is all just too great. What a twist of events, I said, smiling. You can't tell, Darian hollered. What if Daddy finds out that you're fucking this whore he chose for a mate? Then he might take your title away, I asked, laughing. You bitch, Jessie hollered. Let me guess. You want to ensure you remain Luna? Why not just push your daughter onto her brother? We aren't related, Tegan, Darian said. Queen Tegan, I won't warn you again, I replied, threateningly. Either way, this is disgusting. She raised you from what, 4 years old? What were you thinking? I asked. Frederick knocked on the open door. The guilty party were no longer near each other. What was who thinking? What's going on? Are they going to be a part of the interview? He asked as Darian's eyes shot over to me. No, they were just leaving. They decided to make a mess of shit before we arrived, I said, looking at the folders scattered across the ground. Queen, please don't. Out! I hollered, using my powerful aura, making them both immediately submit, leaving instantly. Looks like we have much to discuss, I said, looking at Frederick's shocked face. Tegan's POV. Frederick took a seat as I chose a seat furthest away from what was just occurring at the desk. You're not going to sit at the desk like a boss? He asked questionably. I don't need a desk to be a boss, I stated, although that was not the reason I'd chosen to not sit near it. Okay, so what's the process for these kinds of things? I never heard of interviews for consideration of the position before. This is the new way. So many times have we had alphas take over whose personalities should not be in a leadership role. Not always will an interview help determine that. Some alphas take longer to really show their true colors, but this way will help us weed out the plain rotten ones. I'm rotten, Frederick said, looking to the ground. That's what we will try to determine with this interview. Why even waste your time with this interview? You already know me, he said, before his eyes connected with my own. I know a part of you, yes, but not what I need to know to make this kind of call. This is the most we've ever spoken before. I only know the silent man who stood by. I responded truthfully. But that doesn't make a good alpha. A true alpha doesn't stand by and allow someone weaker than them to be tormented and bullied. No offense. You were taught from a young age that this treatment was normal. You saw how father was towards me. I don't blame you for being scared. I'm not saying that the actions of silence were right, because at the end of the day, they were just as bad. But I do understand that you were groomed to think that what they were doing was normal. It takes a lot to rise above and not treat someone as the others do. None of our past will sway the decision on who will become the Silverline Pax Alpha. With that being said, let's begin, I said, ending the conversation before we dove too deep into it. Tell me what you know about the Silverline Pack, I said first. Their alpha was cruel, unjustified. He treated his pack poorly. But what about their heritage, or even the way they bring income in to support the pack financially? I knew that Kirk had an underground fighting rink that killed many of their members. They made money by supplying from other packs with bets on who would win. The members were volunteers thinking that they were making a difference in feeding their families if they fought and won. I nodded my head, writing down this critical information. And do you plan to change that as alpha? I think a fighting rink would be fine, as long as it is appropriately licensed to be one. But I would change the fact of fighting to the death. Wasting a life of anyone is wrong unless warranted on doing so. The fighting rink has been etched into the Silverline Pack long before Kirk. Therefore, stripping away what they know and love wouldn't be a wise choice. However, new management and rules would need to be applied. I would change it to be licensed. I would also change it to no killing. They would not fight to the death. It would be more like a human fighting rink, only they can shift as long as no death is brought on. And how do you expect to change a wolf's way of battling to the death? If anyone kills, they are banished from entering ever again. Each pack has 2 chances. If their members disobey, they are out for good. And what if many disobey and become banished to where none are left? That's a good question. I truly believe these men don't want to die. They want to bring in money to support their pack and family. But some are evil and just wish to kill, I pointed out. I hadn't honestly thought that far. I figured this wouldn't be an easy task, changing the way they have lived for so long, and it wouldn't be an overnight change. It's just a goal to change as their alpha, to protect them, and to prevent unneeded deaths. What else do you want to do to better the pack? I asked curiously. I think gardening would be good. Maybe a greenhouse. Start growing our own vegetables and fruits to help save money on the market and give jobs to more people. And where will the money come from to pay the wages of employees? From me. I actually started a business of my own at the age of 16, started investing in stocks, and now, at the age of 22, I have managed to build my company to become a multi-million-dollar agency. I looked at him stunned. How did I not know this? Does father know? Of course not. He always told me being techie would never take me anywhere, and I was wasting my time creating softwares. He didn't see the value in what I could offer the pack as an IT tech and engineer, so I did this in secret on my own. The pack is falling apart, and I needed to know me and my future mate were set in case I ever needed to leave. I've been working with other packs on their security systems to make sure it's protected from being hacked. I have done very well with myself. If I was to become the Silverline Alpha, I would make sure not a single person goes hungry or is without a roof over their head. I would build a better future for them, he said confidently. And what if you are challenged for the position? Then I will do everything in me to win the challenge. I want what's best for them all. When I was last there, the pack was in the ruins. I want to make their lives better. Those people deserve someone willing to give them their all, not one who only wants power for themselves. Very well, I think I've asked enough. I still have many others to interview. You will receive a royal official stamped letter with the determination soon. I said as I stood up. Oh, and Queen, Frederick said, stopping me in my tracks. Yes, Frederick? I am glad you changed for the better. You stood up to them. I know what you did took courage, and I just want you to know, I am so sorry for not being the big brother you deserved. Mum would be ashamed of me, of all of us, for allowing her only daughter to experience so much pain. That's another reason I want to be an alpha. I want to really make a difference in someone's life without being hit for trying, he said as he kissed my cheek and walked away. A tear slid down my face at the realization that he too was hit. Not like I was, but because he must have tried to stand up for me, something I never knew he did. Ezra's POV. It didn't take long before Tegan returned. Hey, how'd it go? I asked curiously. Pretty good, actually. But you won't believe what I saw. She immediately said while entering. What did you see? Darian was there, but not alone, he was fucking someone. What the hell? But you won't believe who... Jessie, she nearly hollered. No fucking way. Yeah, and then Frederick showed up before I could really confront them. Shit, what are we going to do about them? Nothing for now, she replied with a wicked grin across her face. Okay, aside from that, what else happened? Aside from Darian and Jessie burning that horrid image in my head, nothing. I do, however, think Frederick is a good candidate, but I haven't met the others yet, she said as she walked over to the windowsill. I sent out letters to all the applicants with set dates for them all to come to the palace for an interview, I said proudly. When? She then asked. Starting the day after we returned to the kingdom. She shook her head in understanding before looking back out the window. I watched as her face scrunched and uncrunched. She looked like she was deep into her thoughts. What's swirling around in that pretty little head of yours? I asked as I approached to stand next to her. Just the unknown of everything. What if I fuck it up choosing? She asked, looking over at me. I don't see you fucking that up. After you meet them, you will know by the way they think. It'll allow better access for you to make the right call. I trust your judgment, I said as I placed a hand on her back. But I didn't see the monster Liam was. He showed me what I wanted to see, and I believed him like a fool. He fooled a lot of people, Tegan. Not you. You sensed it. I remember the way you reacted to him at our wedding. Why did I not take that as a sign? Because I hurt you. Why would you trust my judgment after what I'd done to you? You're the king. Don't you have some superpower to know when someone is bad? Ha, I wished it were that simple. But unfortunately, I am not special. I just get these feelings right here, I said, touching her chest where her heart was. I may be a wolf, but I'm also human. Sometimes even, I fuck up not listening to those feelings, even if my heart and head begged me to, I said, hoping she understood it was regarding her. I just don't want to give these people another alpha like Kirk or Liam, she said as she took a seat in the window. I peered off, looking out into the wintry sky as the windowsill shook hard. My eyes quickly diverted to Tegan. Her eyes were rolled to the back of her skull, leaving white in its absence. Her body shook uncontrollably, fear shaking me to my core. I didn't know she had seizures. What the fuck do I do? I quickly wrapped my hands round her as she began to fall. I slowly inched her to the ground, not wanting to do any harm. Once she was on the ground, I turned her to her side, as I had seen in a show before. Her body continued to shake, until suddenly she completely stopped. Tegan! Tegan! I screamed as I turned her face toward me. Her eyes blinked once before the whiteness faded to her normal, beautiful shade of green. She blinked a few times before gasping for air. I pulled her tightly against my body as I cradled her close. I saw him, was as she said as she shook with fear. Who? You saw who? The Demon Lord, she said with a blank face. A premonition? I asked, confused at what exactly she meant. No, it was more like I was in his body, as if we were one and the same. I could feel his anger, see what he saw, and hear every last one of his thoughts. How? I asked, confused. I'm not sure. I was thinking about Elias and how I want him to have a better future when everything around me became a blur and I was no longer me. I was all of a sudden him. Did he pull you in? I needed to know what was happening, what was going on, but I knew she was just as lost in confusion as I was. I don't think he even knew I was there, she said, as her eyes connected with mine for the first time since holding her against my chest. What could have made her randomly be sucked into his mind, and what did that mean for us? I stared at her, wishing I could be in her mind to understand what exactly she was thinking. What all could you feel and see? I asked, hoping to get more insight into what she experienced. He was looking at his hand, rubbing his fingers together. He was alone and angry. He was so angry, but I couldn't decipher about what exactly. He wanted someone badly, but he wasn't saying who. He kept thinking of two terms over and over again. The key. I still don't understand what it means, or how it relates to anything. Was there anything else? She shook her head. No, before looking over to the playpen again. I could see the wheels churning in her mind. She was thinking of something. But what? Don't bottle it up. Tell me what you're thinking. I then said to her. Her eyes looked back to me before she turned to look back at the playpen. Something is coming. He didn't think much about it. All I felt was his anger and power, but a sense of danger lurked with every breath we took. He is planning something big. I was thinking about Elias and how I want him to have a better future when I was pulled into whatever that was. Which makes me wonder if the demon lord was also thinking of him too. I can't help but wonder if maybe that was what pulled me into his head. I'm not sure, of course, but if that was what pulled me into his mind, then it leads me to another question. Was the feeling I felt of something big coming and the danger surrounding it, while in his mind, about Elias? My mind went back to the day her eyes turned red as she spoke of something big coming, that we needed to prepare to protect Elias. I never told Tegan what she had done. Actually, I hadn't told anyone. But maybe I shouldn't have kept it to myself. It seems now that it wasn't just some freak accident. Maybe it was exactly as she said. Something big was coming. A danger that we needed to prepare for. Which leaves two questions. How long would we have to prepare before he comes? And why was he coming to begin with? Tegan's POV. Ezra and I had spent the next several days talking and discussing what had happened. We discussed our possible outcomes with what we could do and what we must do to prepare for what was coming. Ezra had told me about the day I had some different form of possession. Possession was the only explanation to what happened either time. There was just no other way of describing it, especially when Ezra told me what I did. I had absolutely no memory of what he said I'd done that day. He told me that my eyes were red, making a shiver run up my spine from the possibilities of what that meant. I wished he would have mentioned this sooner. However, he reminded me that I avoided him at every cost, keeping our talks minimal. He wasn't wrong. I had been doing that. The only reason we were conversing now was because I basically despise everyone here. He wasn't high on the list of likes, but at least he wasn't as bad as these people. So when we get back home, we need to really buckle down. We need as many allies as possible if we want to defeat someone as powerful as the demon lord himself, Ezra said, straightening his tie. I just wished we knew what he wanted, I said, buckling the latch to my heel. We at least know it may regard our son. That's better than not knowing nothing at all. Maybe Cass or even Helena will know some dark arts witches that are willing to help us look into the matter. Maybe, I said, straightening up. My emerald gown snugged tightly against all of my curves. I quickly smoothed the wrinkles when I had a feeling of eyes watching me. I looked over to see Ezra staring. He never turned away, didn't even try to pretend to not be looking. You look absolutely stunning, he said. His stare made my skin feel like it was on fire with his gaze. I couldn't say this trip was bad. I truthfully enjoyed his company, especially since he wasn't throwing himself at me and was respecting my boundaries. We only had one intense moment where I almost gave in to my temptation, but luckily that moment was interrupted. I'm not sure what would have happened if Ali wouldn't have shown up when she did. As much as I despised the girl, at least it allowed me to not give in to the temptation that lurked whenever Ezra was near. "Almost ready?" I asked, ignoring his compliment even though it boosted my ego more than it should have. "Sure am, so is the little man," he said as he stood Elias up. Elias had on the cutest little outfit. He was still too small for any formal wear, but we had managed to find a nice white button-up shirt, some cute little slacks, and a bow tie that made his black hair stand out. A small smile tugged at his lips as he stared at me, making my heart clench in my chest at how adorable our son was. "Want to make more?" Gemma asked in my head. I swear her hormones have been off the chart since being so near her mate. I could hardly keep her erotic thoughts from filtrating my own. Choosing to ignore her, I looked over at Ezra and nodded. "I'm ready," I said, grabbing my clutch. Tonight, many other alphas-to-be, and other alpha heirs would be here to support Darian, giving me the perfect opportunity to observe the applicants that do end up coming without them knowing. Seeing them off guard will help me know what kind of personalities they had, which would give me better insight to who may or may not be worthy. Let's get the party started then. I plan to scout out the applicants that come. Try not to wolf out and act a fool. I need you to keep Elias and not mention me being the queen and all. I want to really see how these men are outside of the interview. I want them to be surprised when they come in for the interview, seeing me," I said as I started walking out the door. "So you want to flirt with them?" "I wouldn't call it that. I just want to mingle a little, and if they flirt, then they flirt. But truthfully, I want to observe how they treat those around them, not just with me." "I can't promise that King will behave." "Well, he better if we want to make the right call on the next alpha. It's a big deal, and I plan to treat it as such. So, no acting crazy or jealous, and I am speaking to you both," I said, making eye contact to show how serious I was. "Fine." "I mean it. That goes for you too, King," I said, addressing them both so he understood I meant it. "Okay, I get it. Use your womanly power," he said, rolling his eyes. When we finally made it downstairs, the ceremony was in full swing. We were all waiting for them to crown Darian, transferring the pack to him before the reception would begin. Shortly after we arrived, my father got on the mic beginning the ceremony. He gave a speech about how proud he was to call Darian his son. The bitch in me wanted to come forward and tell Darian's dark, dirty secret, but I wouldn't. I'd save that for when I really needed it. Right now is not that time. They both said their vows, cut their hands, and the shift of power whooshed around as the Alpha title was passed to Darian. "Everyone give a big round of applause for the new Red Blood Alpha," our dad yelled over the mic, making everyone whoop and holler for Darian, aside from me. Darian was the last choice I would pick to be Alpha. He would burn this pack to the ground with his stupidity. But by law, the pack was rightfully his. Although I thought Frederick would have made a much better Alpha. Our father's blinded stupidity didn't see the value Frederick held. Of course, he only cared about the success of Darian. Although Frederick wasn't treated like me, he still was treated differently to Darian. At least Frederick was allowed to be in Alpha training. But of course, that was only in case anything ever happened to Darian. My father wasn't a total idiot. He made sure they were both trained sufficiently. But father always overlooked Frederick's accomplishments while praising Darian for nothing. Darian could do no wrong. He also didn't know that Darian was a backstabbing liar who was fucking his chosen mate either. "What's a pretty little thing doing all alone tonight?" a deep voice asked. I looked over to see the face of one of the applicants. It appeared I didn't need to go searching. They were already flocking towards me. "I'm enjoying the ceremony," I replied. "We could enjoy it much more alone if you wanted." Everything about him made me cringe with disgust. Tegan's POV. I simply ignored his request. The dude didn't even ask my name before jumping straight to the point of what he desired. You think you're too good for me? Back home, all the girls fell at my feet wanting a piece of this dick. He grabbed my arm aggressively. My eyes connected with his as I let Gemma come forward, just a little. Do I look interested or like one of your whores back home? If I ignored your request, it means I'm not interested. I advise you to leave me the fuck alone, I said with a hint of irritation. Whatever, you're not that hot anyway. Any other girl would kill to have a night with me, Aiden Parks, alpha heir of the Parkview pack. Let my arm go before you lose feeling in those fingers, Mr. Dot Parks, I said in a threatening tone. I was over his behaviour, trying to throw his rank at me as if that made a difference. I could feel Ezra's eyes glaring at my back, but surprisingly, he hadn't acted a fool as I had expected him to. Threaten an alpha again and you will regret ever speaking, he replied as he let go of my arm, leaving an angry red print from where he grabbed so hard. He walked away and on to the next poor girl that appeared to be alone. I turned round where Ezra stood fuming but not moving. I could see in his eyes how badly he wanted to hurt the ignorant alpha heir. You're doing so good. I decided to mind-link him so that he could calm down a little. The rest of the night was mostly uneventful. I got to People Watch getting a decent idea of what some of the applicants that showed up were truly like. I talked to a few, but none made an impression I cared to see in an alpha. Most of the ones I watched were arrogant and walked around as if their shit didn't stink. I was beginning to get a little hot, so I removed the scarf Imogen had made me, giving it to Ezra before deciding to go get a drink. Ezra sat at a table with Elias the entire time, not socialising. I was thankful he was being a good sport and taking the L while I mingled. But I also felt guilty because he wasn't moving around at all. I guess with a baby, it warded others away from talking to him as well. Anytime I looked over to them, not a single person was trying to talk to him. When heading to grab a drink for Ezra and I could see Ali openly throwing herself at Aiden. It didn't surprise me. She was so much like her mother, it was sickening. I took a sip of my drink as I listened in for a moment. Want to take this to my room? Ali's sultry voice asked as Aiden's hand rubbed up and down her bare thigh. Pretty sickening, right? Frederick's voice asked beside me. Are you meaning to tell me that you wouldn't take an offer of a girl throwing herself at you like that? I wasn't exactly the favourite alpha. I was always the backup if Darian wasn't interested, Moon. And you still, went for it even knowing it wasn't you that they really wanted? I asked. Goddess, no. It was tempting, don't get me wrong. But who really wanted a redhead freckled nerd? It was the status they were seeking, not me, he replied as he took a sip of his beverage. You're not ugly, Frederick, I responded, sensing where he was going. But I am no Darian, he said. We both then looked over to where Darian sat. Some random girl in his lap, laughing a fake hysterical laugh. I cut my eyes over to Jessie, wanting to gouge her reaction. Jealousy swirled in her eyes. I wondered if anyone else picked up on it as well, or if I could only see it because of what I now knew. But that's okay. I'm waiting for my mate anyways, he said, bringing me back to the conversation. I looked at him before sniffing the air, realizing at that moment he wasn't lying. I smelled no partners on him. He was a 22-year-old alpha virgin, a rare find indeed. Good for you. That's not a bad thing, I said. I thought I scented her earlier, but then it was gone. It's faintly near you. Were you possibly around any girls that smelt like rain? I wasn't paying attention, sorry, I said, feeling bad. I hadn't been focusing on any females. My main goal was the applicants. I was wanting to see their unfiltered personalities. Luckily, only a few didn't show up, so I managed to get a good idea about a lot of them. Some weren't nearly as bad as others, but it was still hard to tell. The question was a long shot. Did you at least get any critical information tonight? What do you mean? I asked, confused. Well, you seemed to only be interested in the alpha heirs. One can only assume it was either interviewing them or watching them. So did you manage to get anything good? You're exceptionally observant, I said with my eyes hooded, looking at his smiling face. I didn't get where I am today by being retarded and non-observant, he said as we began to walk towards the table Ezra sat at. I guess that has some truth to it, I replied as I handed Ezra the drink I got for him. The night was beginning to come to an end. I looked around and most people had slowly begun to take their leave. Ali was nowhere in sight. Jessie was standing at father's side telling the others bye. However, her eyes were glued on Darian. The girl was now sucking his face. So, you leave tomorrow morning, Frederick said, bringing my attention back to him. For as observant as he claims to be, how had he lived under the same roof and not noticed the tension or jealousy happening with them? We do, Ezra answered for me. It was good seeing you at least. I'm happy that you're doing so well. You needed to get away from this hellhole, Frederick said as he looked around at the remaining members. Can I point something out? I asked, ignoring his statement. Of course. You claim to be so observant, yet things are happening under the same roof as you, and you seem oblivious to. I mean, apparently I was too, but in my defense I hardly was able to leave my room, I said. Do you mean the whole Darian and Jessie mess? He asked, making me surprised. So you do know. They aren't exactly discreet. I'm surprised our idiot father doesn't yet know, he said, laughing. For as smart as our father thinks he is, I'd have to agree he is an idiot. An aggressive growl erupted out, making us turn to see our very angry father. Ezra's POV. The growl made Kingston come forward faster than normal, a natural instinct to protect. I stood up, eyeing the old man in his face for trying to show intimidation. Is there a problem? I asked as a statement rather than a question. Drake's demeanour immediately faltered as he took a step back. I knew my eyes and aura were unmatched. Kingston wouldn't allow a threat to present itself to his mate, let alone a man thinking he could intimidate someone solely because he used to. She disrespected me one too many times. Drake hissed through the gap in his front teeth. She can say as she pleases, especially if the truth is all she speaks, I said as I rose even higher, showing him he had no intimidation over me. She called me an idiot, he said as his words came out more of a stuttering whisper. If the shoe fits, Tegan said with a low chuckle. How dare you? Drake hollered as he came forward with his hand raised. I quickly hopped over the table, only for Frederick to stand in front of Tegan. His father struck his face instead. Get out of the way, boy. What have I told you about trying to stand up for her? Do I need to remind you what happens to those who deliberately disobey me? Drake roared. You can try, but you will not lay a finger on her again. I may have turned a blind eye for all those years, but I won't anymore, Frederick said. Oh, I see. You want to impress her so she'll give you the alpha position at Silverline. No, I very well know I don't have a chance at being their alpha. Not with never standing up to you or anyone else for hurting her, but I want to do better. I will do better, Frederick replied. You'll never be better. You're just pitiful and ignorant. Drake screamed, making Frederick blink, trying to hold back his tears. What, are you going to cry? See, you're weak. You're both a disgrace. Both, weak just like your mother. Drake spit out, making Tegan roar with anger. Speak about my mother again and I will have your tongue. Yeah, like you could do such a thing. I am an alpha. You are a mutt, just like your mom before you, Drake hollered as Tegan's eyes shined red. The same bright red from when she didn't remember a thing. You'll regret that, she said with the most vile, scary laugh I had ever heard. What kind of trick is this? Drake screamed as Tegan held her arms in the air, swirling her fingers in a circle. The vines of the pants around the room began to circulate as they moved in the directions of her hands. What is this witchery? Drake hollered again, while everyone else stood in silence, afraid of moving. Aside from me, I moved to stand next to her. laying a hand on her shoulder. "Tegan, love, it's okay," I said. "Oh, I know," she replied as her lip turned upward in a half grin. "What are you doing?" I asked, trying not to anger her further. I may not be the most hated, but I also knew I wasn't on the top of her good side either. "Something I should have done long ago. Let's see how he likes being made fun of for not being able to speak correctly," she said, as the vines wrapped around Drake, pinning him to the wall. "Oh God, someone do something!" Jessie screamed in horror. "Darian, do something!" she screamed, but Darian dared not to move. "All of you are weak!" Jessie hollered as she ran at Tegan. Tegan took a hand, waving it to the side as a gush of air came from nowhere, hitting Jessie so hard she flew into the wall. "Next one to interrupt my playtime will regret it," Tegan said, her eyes never leaving her father's hanging figure. "Now, where was I? Oh yeah, I remember," she said in a giggle that even sent chills down my spine. She fluttered her hand as a random firebolt appeared in her palm. Inching her way forward, she grabbed her father by the face, his body physically shaking in fear. "Please, I'm sorry. Please, Queen, please don't." He began to beg. Only Tegan didn't care. She opened his jaw. "Daughter, please," he begged, making her let his face go, the fire in her palm going out instantly. "Daughter! You dare call me daughter!" she screamed. The flames of the candles all around shot up, rising with her anger. Tears freely streamed down Drake's face, while a visible wet spot was on the crotch of his jeans from pissing himself. "What was it that you just called Frederick again? Pitiful, arrogant. And what was the last one, dear old daddy?" she asked, with her head tilted to the side, the wicked grin on her face. "Please," was all he replied. "No, that wasn't it. Frederick, what was the last one again?" Tegan asked, still not breaking eye contact with Drake. Weak," Frederick muttered out. "Weak like what?" Tegan asked again. "Like our mother." "That's it, weak like our mother. But the only weak thing about our mother was loving a fool like you," Tegan said, the flame now back in her palm. "Darian, help me!" Drake screamed. Darian was so scared he hadn't moved a muscle. "Are you sure that's the last thing you want to say?" Tegan asked. The realization that she was going to kill her father settled in. I moved closer to try and stop her when her head snapped to me. "Don't even think about it, Ezra," she said, anger present in her tone. Right then and there, I knew not to stop her, no matter how badly I wished I could. She doesn't want to kill him. She'd regret it forever. She began walking to Drake again, opening his mouth. "I guess it's only right that begging the weaker son should be the last thing you get to say. That way, when you think about him, all you feel is disappointment from watching him sit there scared. It will help reminding you who the weakest child really is." Tegan spat out before pulling a knife from a sheath tied around her leg under her dress. Blood started pouring from Drake's mouth. His tongue fell out as it bounced onto the floor. She then put the flame against what remained, cauterizing it. The sounds of sizzling and crackling could be heard along with his screams. Once done, she backed away, looking at her work. "Say something?" She then said Drake was still crying in agony and fear. "Oh, come on, cat got your tongue?" she asked with a chuckle. "Well, no cats will enjoy that tongue anymore. Not that she wasn't enjoying Darian's behind your back anyway," she said with another laugh as the vines slowly began to release their hold. I wasn't sure if I was thrilled by what she was capable of, or just completely turned on by everything she could do. Tegan's POV. When I was pleased with the results, I allowed my anger to subside. "I thought you were going to kill him," Ezra said beside me. "Well, what fun would that be?" I asked. "You remember everything?" Ezra then asked. "Of course, why would I not? Your eyes were that shade of red from before. I thought that something was possessing you again." Maybe when I tap into my abilities, my eyes change color. I had never used my gifts around anyone knowingly before. Maybe I just didn't know." "That part makes sense. But the time I saw your eyes turn red, you didn't remember anything afterwards, and that still doesn't make sense. We both sat there, looking at my father on the floor, his hands over his mouth. Why exactly did you cut out his tongue? Ezra then asked. Because I said I would if he spoke of my mother again. What's a promise if it's not kept anyway? It becomes meaningless words. At least now people won't question if I mean what I say. And then the part about being made fun of? That's just payback. What goes around comes around. Now he won't be able to speak, and if he tries, he'll sound funny like I did when I was deaf. Then he'll know what it's like to be ridiculed and made fun of for being different. Do you think he will make them learn sign language now? Ezra asked with a chuckle. No, he isn't an alpha anymore. And by the looks of it, their new alpha is a shitty one who sits back and allows his members to be hurt, I said, looking back at Darian, who was still in the same place, probably in shock. Well, it looks like our visit is cut short. Let's go get our bags and get out of here before your brother comes too, sending guards to attack us. I wished he would. That would be the last command he ever gives, I said as I took Elias from Ezra, leading him out of the ceremony. But you're right, we should leave. We weren't exactly welcomed before, I said as Ali appeared in the doorway. What happened? She asked, looking around. Go ask Dad, he'll tell you, I said, making myself laugh at my dark humor. Once we got to the room, we started gathering what items were taken out of the bags while quickly putting Elias in his car seat. Ready to go? Ezra asked, just as someone pounded on the door. Damn, they were faster than I expected, I said, making Ezra get in a fighting stance. Who is it? I asked loudly. Frederick, open up, he said breathlessly. I opened the door as he rushed in holding his own bag. What do you want? I asked, eyeing his bag. I can't stay here. Can I come with you guys, please? He said, looking between Ezra and I. Frederick, I don't think that's such a good idea. I have money. I can help pay bills or work in the kitchen or laundry or whatever, he said, still out of breath, making Ezra chuckle. We don't need your money, Frederick. Ezra then said, Please. He begged once more. If I stay here, I will die. It's either begging to tag along or become rogue. I don't like the idea of the latter, but I will if you don't give me a chance, he said, making Ezra look over at me. It's her call, not mine. He then said as he picked up all of our bags in one go. I sat there, looking at Frederick's pleading eyes, the same color as my own. I knew as much as I wanted to hate him, I couldn't, and if I could help him, I would. Fine, take some of those bags from Ezra. We have to get going before Darian comes to his senses and tries to act like a badass, I said as I picked Elias's car seat up. Thank you, Frederick nearly screamed as he took a few bags from Ezra, lightening his load. When we made it downstairs, echoes of voices still coming from the ceremony room. We have to do something, Jesse's voice screamed out. Like what? You saw what she did? You're not blind, Darian replied. Send the guards. Take her to the dungeons. What she did is punishable by death. And she killed my guards because father didn't listen to her threat. Hell no. It's not like she killed him, she just removed his tongue, Darian said. But he is your father, Jesse hollered. And he was also my father when I had you bent over in his bed fucking you. I clearly didn't fucking care then either, he screamed, making Jesse gasp in horror. That's different. We love each other. Are you fucking mad? I don't love you. I only would fuck you for the satisfaction of knowing it would hurt him. But you never even told him. I wanted him to walk in on it to see the look on his face, but the dumbass didn't have a fucking clue, Darian said as a smack was heard. Now that my dear is punishable by death, striking a real alpha, he said as we exited the house going straight for our car. Once in the car and Elias was strapped in, we headed out. Thanks for letting me tag along, Frederick said as we exited the road that led to the red blood pack. If I didn't, you'd be dead, I responded with what he said earlier. "Do you think he is going to actually kill Jessie?" He then asked. "Not my circus, not my monkeys." I replied carelessly. "What does that mean, or?" he asked, confused. "It means that I don't care, and it's not my problem," I said bluntly. "Right, of course," Frederick then replied. "Look, I know she raised you and stuff, but I didn't see the loving, nurturing side of her. I won't sugarcoat anything when I say I don't care. She never cared about me. Why should I care about her?" "I know," he replied in a whisper. "I'm sorry." He then said, when I did not respond, "It's water under the bridge." "Not for me. I will forever try making up for never standing up to them," Frederick said as I looked in the mirror at him. "There is nothing you can do now that will change the past. It's best if we just move forward and forget the past." I repeated what my therapist once said to me. "You can never forget the past if it haunts you in your sleep at night." He whispered so low I almost couldn't hear. I looked back to reply when he spoke again. "How far away is the kingdom exactly?" "A little over 12 hours. So get comfortable. We have a long drive ahead of us," Ezra responded for me. Frederick stared blankly out the window, reminding me of myself when I left home for the first time too. But my mind only thought of one thing. Why would my past haunt him? Ezra's POV. When we pulled into the territory arriving at the pack house, none other than Tanner himself stood in the driveway. Shirt off, abs flexed, in the middle of the winter, as if the weather had no effects on him. I liked Tanner, don't get me wrong, but something about their relationship ate away at me. She confided in him. She trusted him. I wasn't sure, but I felt like she may have even loved him. Tegan showed him affection I desired to have for myself. The simplest affections, such as lying her head on his shoulder for comfort, something my body and mind craved. Spending time at her old home made me realize she was far from the average girl. My silly flowers just weren't enough. But I could do better, and she was worth fighting for. I would lay my life on the line for her if need be, but she could handle herself. That much was clear. When we came to a complete stop, Tegan flung her door open, running right into his arms, making Kingston rage in my head with jealousy. "Who is that?" Frederick asked, looking out the window. "That is one of my best warriors, Tanner Brooks. He has been training your sister in combat for a while now," I said, never taking my eyes off of them. Their embrace was tight, a big bear hug I'd call it. He was a hybrid bear after all. Tegan's feet dangled in the suspended air as he twirled her around in circles, as if they had been apart for years. "I never hugged my combat trainers like that," Frederick replied back while slapping a hand on my shoulder. "Neither did I." I spat out, trying to contain my raging beast within. "Looks like you've got your work cut out for you then," he said, before exiting the car. I followed suit, unstrapping Elias as I made my way over. "Tanner, this is my brother Frederick." Tegan introduced as Tanner's face turned sour. "I'd say, it's nice to meet you, but I would be lying," Tanner spat out angrily. "I can see you know me. I respect your honesty, but I assure you, I would never treat Tegan the way that my family did." "Perv, you wouldn't get the chance to even try," Tanner replied with a hint of threat in his tone. "Tanner, Frederick is our guest, and I expect everyone to treat him as such. Do you understand me, R?" Tegan said, while looking back and forth between the two of them. "Of course, my queen," Tanner said, before looking at me for the first time since arriving. "Welcome home, my king. Fatherhood suits you," he said with a bow. "Thank you, Tanner." I simply replied, although Kingston had other words he wished to say. "Well, I have duties to attend to, if you will excuse me," Tanner said, bowing before trying to take his leave. "Hey, training starts back up tomorrow," Tegan said, making Tanner nod in response. Tegan took Elias from me as she proceeded to ascend the stairs. I then began to unload the car. "Yeah, training," Frederick replied with a laugh followed by a huff. "What don't you agree?" It's not that. It's just that's not exactly how I would picture a trainer and their trainee's relationship to be. It's just odd, he responded as he grabbed a few bags. So I wasn't the only one who thought that. I wondered how many others find their relationship odd. If only I had a way of knowing what went on during those sessions. I hadn't trained in a long time, I miss it, truth be told. Frederick then said, giving me an idea. Oh yeah? How would you like to assist Tanner with training your sister? I don't think either of them would like that. She is becoming more powerful, and she needs to work on that. More than one person training her at once would help. Plus, not many actually know of her gifts, but you do, and so does Tanner. It would benefit her in more ways than one. What's the catch? He then asked. You said you wanted to help. I'm giving you that chance. Do you not want it? I do. It's just, why me? I just told you. What else do you want, King Ezra? You surely wouldn't trust me alone with her. So why ask me of all people? You won't be alone, I replied. So, no ulterior motives? Maybe one. I said honestly. I knew it. What is it? I just want to know how they are alone together. So in other words, you want me to spy on my sister? He asked. Not a spy. More like if you see anything out of the normal going on between them, let me know. I don't feel comfortable being a fly on the wall for you, King, he said. I can understand that. I'm not asking for what they speak about or what they do. I just want you to observe them alone and tell me if you think there is something there. Something as in what exactly? As in, do I need to fear losing my mate? I replied, looking at him, hoping he could see how badly I needed these answers. You could ask literally anyone else. Why me? He asked. Because I know you want what's best for her. If you see that and think that here's what is best, I want you to tell me. I said truthfully as my heart clenched in my chest at the thought. And you would just let her go? Of course I wouldn't. I would fight like hell to chase her back even harder, but I just need to know how far gone our bond is, I replied, in a defeated sigh. Fine, I will tell you what I observe. I will watch for a bit and give you one report of what I think. Just one, no more, no less, he said, looking me in the eyes. That's all I'm asking for, I responded back. He stuck his hand out. I gladly took it into my own as we shook in agreement. This may have been a breach of privacy in a way, but I was desperate. I could see with my eyes the excitement she felt when she saw him. I could see in her eyes the love that shined brightly. But what kind of love was it? I had the slightest idea. That's what I needed to know. I needed to know if what she felt for him was more than what she felt for me, and if I stood a chance at getting her back. I knew in my heart that I would stop at no end to win her over. I wouldn't stop till the day I took my last breath. She was my wife, the mother of my child, and my fated mate. But most of all, she was my queen. I would never take her for granted again. She was the only one for me, and I was determined to get her back. Tegan's POV. I knew inside that I was ready to start training with my gifts. Truth be told, I was born ready. But the more days that passed by, the more I could feel the powers festering inside of me. They wanted out, begging to be set free. I was in the forest stretching when I heard footsteps approaching. You're not going to believe what I'm about to tell you. So I somehow used my anger to master my fire gift, I said, only turning around to be disappointed by it not being Tanner. What are you doing here? I asked, more hateful than I had intended it being. King Ezra asked that I assist with your training. I have a trainer, so you can go. I said as I started stretching again. My excitement went from 100 to 0 real quick. I would, but he said this is what he needed, something only a select few know about your gifts, and the more people pushing you to your limits, the better for your training. Tanner pushes me to my limits just fine, I said as I began to stretch my arms. Was that with or without using your gifts? He said, making me pause my stretch. With your gifts, you are going to need good competition. Therefore, more people to push those limits so you can reach your full potential. I guess he had a point. I needed to master them as fast as I could, and one-on-one sessions may not cut it anymore. I need to be pushed beyond my limitations if I ever want to make real progress. The Demon Lord was coming. We weren't sure when, and we were still unsure why. But we knew that him coming would be dangerous. The faster I could master my abilities, the faster I could be strong enough to protect my child. Fine, you can stay. You may be right, I said as I released my arm. So now that's settled. I need to tell you something, he said, grabbing my attention again. What? I don't want to step on toes, or hell, I guess I am, by just telling you. But Ezra thinks there is something going on with you and Tanner. He asked me to observe you two together during these sessions and let him know. Now I won't go back on my word, Tegan. I will tell him what I think, and I will tell him the truth. But I also don't want to be that guy. So I'm telling you now, if you're trying to hide something between the two of you, and you don't want anyone to know, then keep hiding it. I told him if I felt like there were more between the two of you, I would tell him, and I don't plan on going back on my word. But I also won't go behind your back, which is why I am telling you before Tanner arrives. It is your choice to make. The ball is in your court, Frederick said, stunning me. Ezra was worried about Tanner. Why on the goddess green earth would he worry about Tanner of all people? Not that it was any of his business, but still. Then asking my brother, the person I hardly even trusted to begin with, to spy on me. Was he crazy? What was he expecting? We are not a couple and I could see whoever I wanted. And if I did desire to see some time, then he couldn't say a thing. Tanner was my friend, and a damn good one at that. I wouldn't allow Ezra to draw a wedge between us all because he is jealous and insecure. I don't understand why he didn't just ask me what was going on. Was he afraid of what I would say? I wasn't sure what answers he was searching for or what the outcome of this was he was expecting, but either way, it pisses me off. I wasn't his property, nor would he act like I was. What exactly is he doing here? Tanner's voice asked, taking me out of my thoughts. As you may know, I am becoming more powerful. It was decided that I needed more trainers to help me control and master these gifts. So, Frederick was asked to assist, I replied. He knows, Tanner asked, confused. I could understand his confusion. The gifts were supposed to be a secret, yet here was my brother. Someone Tanner only saw as my personal tormentor knew my dark secret. He does. Out of everyone to tell. Why him? Tanner asked, looking at me. She didn't tell me. Frederick responded instead. Then how else would you know? I saw it, he replied. Tegan, we talked about not practicing outside of training. Not until you've mastered it. No, Tanner said to me. Well, I wasn't exactly practicing. I kind of lost control of my temper and used it. But on the bright side, I know emotions help trigger them. Of course they do. Magic is based on emotions, which is why we have to train so you can master your emotions to pull the gift you need without losing control. What happened? Tanner asked disappointingly, never breaking eye contact. After explaining what I had done, it left Tanner shocked. His face mirrored the same face of those who witnessed it that night. Okay, maybe we will need more than one trainer, he said, looking between me and Frederick. Well, let's jump in then, he said, taking his fighting stance. After hours, we managed to get me to pull 2 gifts out at my will. Controlling my emotions isn't easy. Tanner didn't think it would be, considering all I've been through. He asked me to go home and relax, to meditate and try to control my thoughts and emotions. I needed to be able to pull an emotion up without actually feeling that emotion, which I have no idea how that was even possible. My emotions were everywhere, especially after the week I had. I felt so alive, so fresh, almost like a part of me was relieved. Ezra and I had spent quality time together. We spoke on a personal level that made me think it was time to give us a chance. But then he goes and pulls a stunt, like sending Frederick to watch me. Was he not brave enough to face me himself? If he wanted a competition, I would give him some. It may be real, it may not be. But if that was what he was seeking, then that was what he was going to get. I had one more stop to make. A place I'd come to rely on for my own sanity at this point. Someone to listen to me, to hear what I was saying and validate my emotions. The person who has helped me decipher what those feelings meant and what I should do about them. I still had 45 minutes before Imogen was off for the night, so my next stop was clear to me. I needed to go see Kennedy. Tegan's POV. I wasn't exactly sure what it was that I wanted to talk to her about, but I knew that I had a lot of big emotions I needed off my chest. My mind was constantly going at a rapid speed, so someone's insight that I trusted was exactly what I needed. As I approached her wing, I thought about the first time I'd come to her. I was a broken mess. I wasn't sure I would ever be able to let go of what happened to me. I'm not over all that has happened. I still have a long way to go, but I don't sit in my room terrified of interactions with others. I also don't cry myself to sleep at night anymore. The nightmares are still present, but at least when I wake up, I know inside that it was only a dream. I climbed the stairs of the wing, stopping in my tracks immediately when I heard a voice I never expected to hear in this wing. "Thanks, Doc." I dared not to turn the corner yet. I didn't want him to know I was here. "I will see you again tomorrow at the same time, right?" Kennedy asked. "Yes, just like the old times," he replied. "Good. I'm glad to hear it. Get some rest, Ezra." I could hear the footsteps as they descended in the opposite direction from where I was. I waited a moment before turning the corner and knocking on Dr. Kennedy's door. She opened it within moments. "Ah, Tegan, welcome home," she said happily. I tried everything to hold in my next question, but somehow the urge of the question overpowered my will to hold it back. Was that the king I just heard leaving? I couldn't help but ask. "I cannot discuss anybody else, you know that. Would you like to come in?" she asked, moving from blocking the door. I entered her office, taking a seat on the familiar couch that was already pre-warmed. "Is he a patient of yours?" I asked, praying to the goddess that there wasn't more going on to them than that. Not that I had a right to hope that, I was the one refusing to take him back. Kennedy was far from ugly. She had beautiful natural tanned skin with caramel eyes and long wavy light brown hair. She had a slim body with curves in the right places, which the clothing she wore accented her figure perfectly. She was smart and very comforting, all a wonderful Luna would provide. "Not a queen, though?" Gemma piped in with a smart remark. "What brought you in today, Tegan?" Kennedy asked, ignoring my question once again. "Right, patient confidentiality. I just don't understand what he would have issues with. He was the one that rejected me, and here he is trying to spy on me and then seeking out therapy, like he is hurting as if this was all my fault," I said, defeated. "So what I hear is you're having issues with him hurting like you because he rejected you." "Is he hurting?" I asked. "I am only repeating what you're saying to get a better understanding of how you feel. Do you want him to feel the same pain you do? Is that wrong?" I asked. "He has a right to hurt. He lost his mate too," Gemma said in my head. "But he chose to lose his mate," I replied, not knowing how to let go of that pain. "I think everyone has a right to have feelings. Some have big feelings, whereas some have small feelings. No matter which, we all need to express them in some way or another." Her words echoed in my mind. She was right. He may be a king, but he has a right to hurt just like anyone else. I just never expected such a big bad alpha to seek therapy. "You seek therapy and you're a big bad alpha," Gemma said with a chuckle. "That's different." I replied to Gemma without realizing I spoke out loud. "How is another having feelings different from you having feelings?" Kennedy asked. "It doesn't. I just mean, why would Ezra be hurting when he rejected me?" Have you ever sat back and looked at the position he may have been in at the time? What do you mean? I asked. From what you have told me, the curse didn't allow him to notice the fated mate bond, right? Right. And he hardly knew you, right? But that was his choice. I tried defending. But he didn't know you, right? Right, I replied, defeated. And he was given an ultimatum to choose between his position as the king, something he had always been raised to be, over someone he didn't know or feel the real bond to, right? Her words sink in, making me really think about everything. So many have said the same things, and yet I chose to ignore them, not once putting myself in his shoes. What would I have done? Would I have chosen someone I didn't feel a real bond to over my kingdom? No. Gemma answered my response in my mind. It sounds like you're taking his side, I said instead, choosing to be hard-headed. I wasn't a redhead for looks. I had the hard-headedness of one too. I am not on a side. I am simply just pointing out all I have heard from you so you can hear the words too. Sometimes hearing them instead of thinking them makes all the difference. Yet, somehow, all of the others have yet to break into my thick skull with reasoning. How about let's discuss how you feel instead, she said, changing the subject. My mind was still on the cold, hard facts. I was being a bitch and holding a grudge instead of trying to put myself in his shoes, ignoring literally everyone simply because I felt like I was justified in how I felt, which I was allowed to feel how I felt. But so was he. He had to choose between two things. He made his decision before truly knowing me, and since then, he has fought like hell with acts of kindness to win me back, all of which I ignored simply because I didn't want to forgive him. I feel sad, I finally said. Can you elaborate why? Because I am a bitch and he deserves forgiveness, even if I'm not ready to be his mate. I finally said, the thoughts swirling in my mind. That's a good step. How about this week we work on giving him forgiveness to help you let go of that pain that holds you down? I shook my head, agreeing. Perfect. I would like to see you again tomorrow. We can then talk about this new member I hear is in the pack and what all happened back home. Sounds good. See you tomorrow, Kennedy. I replied as I walked out. We haven't discussed much, but I felt relief, like a weight had been lifted off of my chest, and a new goal in mind. Ezra's POV. Christmas is around the corner, and I have nothing to show for it. I have the slightest idea what to get Tegan. Elias, however, is only a few months old. He is easy. He likes singing toys that light up bath time and chewing on stuff. But Tegan? She was hard for me to shop for. She isn't a materialistic girl. You would think that coming from nothing to coming into everything would change her character, but she was still the same girl that entered my dining hall several months back. Except she was more fierce, more in tune with herself. That was far more sexy than the timid girl that sat across from me on the first day at dinner. The very same girl that didn't even know she could make the most sexual sounds by something as innocent and little as eating good food. Sometimes I miss the timid girl that was undeniably submissive in every way, but this new version somehow turned me on even more. You would think, being an alpha, that I would prefer a submissive female, but a little rough housing and dominance in the bedroom never hurt anybody. I wondered what she was like in bed now that she was no longer the submissive and timid girl that she once was. A slight knock on the door took me out of my thoughts. I looked across the folders on my desk at the door. Enter, I said just as the door creaked open, revealing my mother. Hello, dear. Her melodic voice spoke out. She then took a seat opposite of me with a folder of her own in her hand. What's that? I asked as I ran my hand through my beard, something I did so often I hardly even noticed I did anymore. The winter ball information, she said as she slid the folder across the table to me. And? I asked, opening the file to see what was within it. Well, it is set for Christmas Eve, which is in 2 weeks, she said again. What is the issue, Mother? You seem to be beating around the bush. With you still being married and your wife now living in the kingdom, It is no longer my duty to prepare and plan for these formal events. I wasn't sure you took that into account, she said, eyeing me. Mother, you know as well as I do that she doesn't see herself as the queen, and she has only focused on training. I know. So why would she know anything about the planning of the winter ball? That is my point. Maybe you can help her. I know nothing of planning, I said. I'm going to go visit your aunt. This gives you the perfect excuse to ask for Tegan's insight. When she tries to say you have me, I won't be here, leaving her to be your only help. She will feel the need to assist, especially when she notices you have no idea how to plan a ball. She, however, had training. Not much, but she has an eye that speaks for itself. She hasn't really been around since we returned from her home, just throwing herself into training, I said sorrowfully. A reason you need to spend time together. The winter ball is the biggest ball in the kingdom. It takes a lot of time to prepare and plan. 2 weeks is not nearly what you will need, but it will do. I have work to do, Mother. I can't drop my work to plan the ball. Uriah has already agreed to take up the duties in your absence. All you need to do is focus on planning. Talk to her, Ezra. The only way to mend what's broken is time. You both have had time. Now it's time to focus on fixing what is broken. You can't fix the broken pieces if you never spend time together to get past what happened. I tried with that 4-day getaway to a place where she was hurt the most. You were never going to fix the pieces you shattered while taking her to a place where her heart was originally spiderwebbed, cracked to begin with. She was right. Of course that was an awful plan. I had only been thinking about being alone. I knew she had a rough upbringing and the only thing I could think of was being together, alone. You're right, I finally said after a moment of thinking. I leave tonight. Talk to her, son, she said as she stood up, exiting the room. I sat there, thinking about all the things I had to do now that Mom was leaving. I wasn't sure that Tegan would be willing to help. All I could do was hope that she would feel sorry for my predicament and offer her assistance because without it, I was fucked. I got up from my desk to go find Tegan. It was her training day, and I knew they would be out in the forest. I made my way down to the forest. As I entered the tree line, I could hear the wind howling as the dirt flew up everywhere in a sandstorm type of blizzard. The dirt was making it hard to see in front of me. However, I could hear the screaming in the distance. You have to push harder. Ah! A female voice hollered. Better, good, good. Keep it up. I could hear praises from Tanner. As I neared, I could see Frederick hoisted in the air by the tree limbs, very similar to how she had her dad suspended in the air, choking on the dirt as it spiraled around. He started tapping the air as if tapping out. Tegan released her hold on Frederick as his body slowly came down. Your turn. I'm done being choked for the day, Frederick said as he looked over, noticing me first. Alpha King, he said, making Tegan and Tanner then look over. I can take over. I don't mind a little choking, I said with a wink. That's okay. We are just finishing up, Tegan said, grabbing her bag from the ground. Frederick, Tanner, you can go, I said, not looking away from Tegan. They walked away without looking back, leaving Tegan and I alone. What is it you want now, Ezra? To train. What else? There is always something else. She spat sassily. Okay, maybe there is something, but I do want to see what you've got. You're not ready for what I've got. She spat out sassier than before. Try me, I replied challengingly. She dropped her bag as her eyes turned red on command. Very nice. You can pull it forward fast, I said with a smile. Doesn't take much when the face that helps is right in front of me. Ouch, I said dramatically while placing my hand over my chest on my heart. I've been waiting for this for a while, she said cockily. Oh yeah, so are you ready? The real question is, are you? She asked with a twisted smile. Tegan's POV. I wasn't sure if I should hit him with all I'd managed to accomplish so far. He hadn't trained with me since I first started, and I have since then become so much more than what he would remember. I didn't want to make him feel some type of way about me being powerful, possibly even more so than himself, but his challenging tone makes me want to show him up. He decided to try and strike first, lunging for me, but his footing was off, making him a bit more slower. I quickly dodged his attack, countering it with my own as I swooped my body low, kicking my foot out as I swiped them at his legs, making him fall effortlessly to the ground. "Get up," I then said with a smile. "I let you do that." "I'm sure. You seem a bit rusty. Have you not been training much?" I asked as he let a huff out. "Ah, come on, I'm just messing around. Don't get all butt hurt," I then said, making him smile his crooked smile I loved so much. "Fine. You want me to give it my all?" His voice asked, low but daring. Of course, how else am I to become better if I am not challenged to do so? "All right then. Give me all you got," I said, as he stood back up. "You'll regret asking that. I will push you to your limit in every way," he said with a smirk on his face. He hadn't seen what I had accomplished, nor has he been able to see my true powers. They grew stronger by the day. We circled one another as if we were testing the waters of what the other was capable of. I hadn't seen him train, nor have I seen him in a battle, but I bet he was as magnificent as the stories had always said, ruthless, merciless, vengeful, and cruel. I hadn't had the pleasure to see that side of him, but I wanted to. I wanted to see his darkness as well as his light. I decided on making the first move this time. I decided on combat without my powers, as I slowly added them. He hadn't trained with me, and I didn't want to throw my all at him right off the bat. I'd leave them for ultimate surprise attacks. I lunged at him, knowing he would block it, but it would give me the advantage of turning around to hit full force into his stomach. And that was what I did. I could hear as he released the breath he was holding, knocking the breath out of him instantly. I knew then he had decided he was all in. He ran at me full force as his fist connected with my side while mine connected with his face. We fought like that for a while, punching and kicking as we spared, neither having enough advantage over the other to be able to pin them. That's when I decided it was time to step it up a notch. I wiped around in time for him to grab my body from behind. You don't turn your back on an attacker. You learn that in basic training. He muttered in my ear breathlessly. Little did he know, I wanted him to grab me, to think he had the upper hand. I began to twist my fingers in a circular motion as the wind began to howl, echoing around the forest. I lifted my hand slowly as the dirt began to rise as well. "Oh, you going to get me in a chokehold? Careful, Red, it may have another effect on me than you want," he said with a laugh that sent shivers down my spine. He was using what was left of our bond to his advantage, and he knew it. I pushed back against his body to get a little space between us, only for my ass to hit something hard. My body immediately froze, knowing exactly what it was. "Maybe the choking didn't even need to occur," he said in a low, husky voice, followed by a chuckle. I gulped, trying to reel my mind back from where it was headed. I quickly rotate my head in a circle before slamming it hard backwards. His arms instantly let go of my body. I pushed the air backwards, flying his body into a tree. I turned around to get a good look. He was now bleeding freely from his nose as he stood from the ground. "Damn, how is that sexy as fuck too?" he asked as he wiped the blood with his arm. "It isn't supposed to be sexy," I muttered. "Yet, here I am, hard as a rock," he said as his eyes began to show Kingston coming forward. "Go on, let him out to play. You may need him," I said with a laugh. "You will soon regret that too," he said as he transformed into Kingston effortlessly. I now stood here, facing the most beautiful wolf. His bright golden eyes felt as if they were staring into my soul. "Let me see what you've got, King," I then said, making him immediately charge forward. I quickly wiped the dirt upwards into his face to make it hard for him to see me. But somehow, that didn't faze him. He ran right through it pouncing, making me fall to the ground. Kingston was fast, faster than I remembered when we ran together. He was able to really challenge me by dodging nearly all my attacks. He even managed to land a few on me himself, something Frederick and Tanner were unable to do themselves. Soon, we were both out of breath. I tirelessly sat on the ground, trying to catch my breath as Kingston stood in his glory, watching me while panting. I knew at that moment that this session was over. I was completely out of energy, and I knew he was on the verge of it too. I hadn't been pushed to my limits in so long. I almost forgot what it was like training against a real challenge. Frederick and Tanner were strong, don't get me wrong, but Ezra was far more powerful than both of them combined. Kingston came near as I reached up to stroke his fur. He began to sniff me as a low growl escaped his mouth. He circled me like I was his prey, almost as if he was a wild beast and not my mate. A sense of fear coursed through me for a moment. He then stopped at my side, lifting his leg as piss came out of his penis and onto my lap. I quickly jumped up, screaming in disgust. "What the fuck, King?" Gemma chuckled in my head. "Not funny," I said, making her laugh even more. Kingston then transformed into Ezra, his face in pure shock. "Why did he do that?" I nearly screamed. "He was claiming his territory," Ezra replied. "He can claim me any day," Gemma said, as I released a sigh out loud. Ezra's POV. I wasn't sure what to do. My wolf just pissed on my mate in an animalistic way. I was more embarrassed than anything. I wanted to win her back, and this animal territorial shit wasn't going to help. "I didn't know he would do that," I said, hoping she believed me. "How did you not know?" It was a last-minute decision that he didn't think about until he was doing it. "I'm so sorry," I replied honestly. "I guess at least he didn't hump me," she said as she let out another sigh. "I wanted to. She just got all mad. That was next for sure," Kingston piped up as I shook my head in disbelief. "What?" Tegan asked as I shook my head. "Nothing." "No? What did he say?" she asked, pushing a little more. "He thought about it," I replied, sugarcoating it. "I'm sure. Let's get you home so you can get cleaned up," I said as I grabbed her bag off the ground for her. "How long will dog piss take to not make me smell of dog piss?" she asked. "I am a wolf," Kingston said, with his head held upward sassily. "I don't actually know. I've never pissed on anyone or been pissed on." "Lucky you," she replied sarcastically. "I am sorry," I said again, hoping she believed me. "It's fine, Ezra. It's not like I haven't been pissed on before," she said, making me let out a possessive growl. "Who else marked territory on my mate?" Kingston roared in my head. I closed my eyes, trying to calm him down. Pissing on someone was either an act of claiming territory or an offensive message. I was not okay with either of those. "Who else?" I asked through gritted teeth. "Are you jealous?" She then asked with a laugh. "Should I be?" I asked, looking at her as we both came to a halt. "Nope," she then replied before continuing to walk forward. "Then who was it and why?" "He wasn't a wolf, at least not a wolf yet," she said with a chuckle. "He who?" I asked again, getting a little agitated. "Your son did when the cold wipe touched him while changing his diaper. Boys do that, you know," she said with a full-on laugh, which made me instantly feel like an idiot. "I knew that," I said, looking to the ground in embarrassment for the second time within minutes. "Sure, you looked like you wanted a pissing contest there for a moment, almost like you were going to whip it out to piss on me too," she replied, laughing even more than before. "I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't put it past you," Tegan said before changing the topic. "So what else were you wanting, Ezra? I know you didn't just want to train with me." I was hoping to ask her for a favor while she was in a good mood after training, at least before King pissed all over her. Now I wasn't sure she would help at all. "I don't regret it. She smells glorious," King said in my head. She smells like piss, King. I replied to my arrogant wolf. Not just any piss, my piss. He replied happily, as if that made a difference. Earth to Ezra. Tegan said, bringing me out of my conversation with Kingston. Right, so you know of the formal winter ball, right? Yes, what about it? Well, the Queen arranges that event. The event date is set to occur in 2 weeks on Christmas Eve. And let me guess, you want to know if I will go with you? She replied sassily. I mean, that would be wonderful too, I said, smiling at her confused face. Okay, so if that wasn't the question, what is it? Well, with you still being my wife, and you're living in the kingdom, then technically speaking, the event planning is up to you. Plus, my mom is leaving. What? Why am I just hearing of this? I didn't know my mother was leaving until before I came to see you. I only just found out myself that she is leaving it to me to plan since you are not in the acting role of the Queen. So I worked up enough courage to ask if you would help me plan the ball. Nothing has been done at all. To my knowledge, no. And there is only 2 weeks to plan this massive event? Her face scrunching up with her question. Yep, and to top it off, I have no eye for planning. I wouldn't even know where to start, I replied as she let out a sigh. If you're not up for it, I'm sure I can hire an event planner to assist me. I would spend countless hours working alongside them, and I wouldn't have time for anything else. But that was a last resort plan since they don't know the kingdom balls like a queen would. Maybe that's not a bad idea, she said, dropping her shoulders. Okay, that's fine. I know the perfect person. She has an impeccable eye for planning and we get along well, so working alongside her day and night wouldn't be hard. Her, as in a female? Well, most party planners tend to be females. Plus, I've known her for ages. Old friends? Yeah, something of the sort. What's that mean? She asked, now eyeing me. She was an old girlfriend from my high school days. Girlfriend? Yeah, but she is professional and very good, so we have nothing to fear. She'll do great. And you both will be working side by side, day and night? With only 2 weeks until the ball, we would have to. Everything has to be perfect, I replied. And Liliana wanted you to request me? Yeah, she said you have a magnificent eye, which is why I asked you first. But I completely understand if you're not up for it, which is why I had my backup plan. It's fine. No sense in spending unnecessary money on a planner when I can do the job free of charge, and better. You think you can out-plan an event planner? I asked with a chuckle. I sure can. Well, then it's set. We start tonight. Every minute counts, especially when you are left with me as your partner. Sure, we can start after Elias is in bed. Sounds like a date. Not a date, a partnership, she retorted. I'll see you in the ballroom tonight then, I said while parting ways with her to go get the folder Mom gave me for the planning. Of course, I had a backup plan if she said no. There was no way I would be able to plan such an extravagant event on my own. I may have made it out more than what it was with the extra details. Mostly wanting to gauge her reaction, but also I knew if I gave her something to compete against, she couldn't refuse. Saying the next 2 weeks would be intense was an understatement in itself. Tegan's POV. I couldn't help but think about his earlier statement while walking to my room to get cleaned up. Old high school girlfriend. How many girlfriends were there before me? I know he only fucked Lydia, but I never once thought about petty relationships that he may have had within the kingdom. How many girls were here that he at least dated that think they may have a shot with him now that his mate still hasn't taken her role? Was I worried? But if I was, why? I was the one that was purposely choosing to not be with him or be his queen, so why does the thought of someone else being at his side irritate me? Because he is only ours, Gemma roared. That's not fair of me to want my cake and eat it too. I can't choose to not be with him, then get mad at the possibility of someone else taking that role, I replied truthfully, making Gemma growl at my response. But it was the truth. As I walked into the room, Imogen was laying on the bed with Elias. She was playing peekaboo, making the tiny humans squeal with laughter. They sure had a wonderful bond. It made everything in me happy, seeing how much love others had for my son. A love I was never given, but was determined for him to feel. Goddess, what is that awful smell? Imogen sighed as I got closer, making me think back on what happened in the forest. Surprisingly, I wasn't mad. You'd think being pissed on would infuriate me, but it didn't. I was only slightly amused, along with a feeling of pride. Why would I take pride in being pissed on? That's my feelings. I am happy he claimed me with his pee, Gemma said with a wag of her tail. It's so gross, though, I said back. Maybe for you, but in my love language, it is an honor. An honor to be pissed on? That was King telling me I belong to him. But we don't belong to anyone. Oh, we do. You just haven't accepted it. Ever wonder why you have yet to accept the rejection to break the bond? I'm still healing from being cut open. You've long since healed. At this point, you just don't want to, which means we are his and he is ours, Gemma said, making me quiet while closing my eyes. When I opened my eyes, Imogen was still looking at me, waiting for a response. Kingston peed on me, I replied as I started stripping my clothes in front of her without a care. Her face lit up in amusement before she fell back on the bed holding her belly. If she had her vocal cords, I know she would be hyena laughing at this point. Keep laughing at me and I'll piss on you, and it won't be for the same reasons, I threatened before stepping into the bathroom. It was a joke, of course. I wouldn't piss on her, although the idea was appealing to me. Imogen was waiting patiently for me to come out when I was done. So, why did he mark you with piss? Imogen signed with an amused face. I don't know. To make me mad. You don't seem all that mad to me. She then signed with a smile. Maybe since he can't remark you with his bite, this was his way of warding off any potential lovers. She then signed with a serious face. What lovers? I don't know, but he may think there is someone he has to compete with. I thought back to when Frederick told me that Ezra was worried about Tanner. He definitely thought he was competing. He obviously doesn't know Tanner all that well, but I wasn't about to tell him. It amuses me to see him scramble with the thought of me being with another man. Quick way to get pissed on daily, Gemma said in my head, making me roll my eyes. Want to get paid in overtime? I asked, hopeful. Why want to go piss on Ezra now? You kinky girl, Imogen signed. I hate you, I said with a laugh. No, I have to plan the biggest fucking ball known in the kingdom, and I only just found out. You know I don't mind sleeping here until you return. Of course I will help watch him tonight, she then replied. You're a lifesaver. I will be working a lot on this project, so I was wondering if you could switch to working nights the next 2 weeks until I'm finished. He can be with us during the day. That's fine. I wouldn't mind having some days off. It's not like I have to stay up all night. Perfect. Thank you. Sucks you're going to have to be working day and night, though. Yeah, alongside Ezra too, I replied, making her eyes bulge a little. Okay, maybe it won't suck after all. Stop, not like that. Sure, I'd say that too. She signed with a smile. I quickly got dressed before cradling Elias to me for a moment. I know I spend every night with him, and part of the day when I'm not training, but sometimes I feel it's not enough. But his joyful smile tells me he loved every minute the same. I sure love you, Eli, I said as I placed a big kiss on his cheek. Be back soon? Thank you again, I said to Imogen while placing Elias in his crib. I made my way down to the ballroom, fully expecting to be doing this alone, but was pleasantly surprised to see Ezra looking from the folder to the room. You weren't lying. You really are in charge of planning, aren't you? I asked, taking him out of his thoughts. I'm afraid so. I keep looking at these notes and nothing makes sense. I don't even know what most of this on the list even is. He looked up at me genuinely confused. Give it here. Maybe I can be of assistance, I said, holding my hand out for the folder. He handed it to me with no argument. We both took a seat at a table as I scanned the notes from Liliana. She wasn't very descriptive, just wrote down a few names of caterers, some ideas for decorations, and what she suggests. But overall, the folder contents were beyond vague. Well, looks like it really is just up to us on what we want. Any ideas? I asked while sitting the folder down. Maybe some evergreen-looking plants hung up? The winter ball always has a theme. What theme are we shooting for this year? I asked. Wintry stuff. Well, fuck, he really is no help. What about walking in a winter wonderland formal, which will be a 1940s winter theme? I asked after thinking about it for a moment. Sounds good to me, he said with a shrug. Okay, let's do it, I said, his face lighting up with mischief. This could be either wonderful for us or a big shit show. Ezra's POV. I wasn't sure what a 1940s ball would even consist of, but watching Tegan get to work on writing down ideas for what she would like to see was amusing. She sat at the table with the folder writing down all she needed for decorations. Her eyes were glued to the paper in front of her, while her tongue barely stuck out from her lips while she super fixated on what she was writing. Such a cute way of showing how focused she was on her task. So, first and foremost, we need to get the invitations made and sent out, like yesterday, she said, as her eyes looked up to meet my own. Okay, that's a simple task. I can do that, I said confidently. Absolutely not. They have to be perfect. The wrong print could ruin the idea for what we want. I wasn't even sure what that meant. It was just written on a paper, but she seemed to think it needed to be a certain color, certain dye, and to match our theme. Hell, if it were up to me, I'd send out an email. Easy peasy. But Tegan had a fit with me even suggesting such an inconsiderate option. We have 2 weeks. These should have already been mailed out. So we will focus on them, get them created and printed, then priority mailed out so that they receive them tomorrow, no later, she said as she closed the folder. Okay, so tonight we will do that. Then what? Then we rest because we will be up bright and early with the crack of dawn shopping and preparing. Luckily, it wasn't too late, so we had plenty of time to actually get these invites sorted and mailed out. Come on, we have no time to waste, she exclaimed, jumping up. We went straight to a store in town that was crafty looking. I had never personally been here before, but it seemed small and cozy. As we walked in, a bell rang from the door as it opened. Welcome in, Alpha King and Luna Queen. How may I be of assistance? A pippy young girl asked with big eyes. We need to get invitations created. Can you help with that? Tegan asked. Absolutely. We have a binder full of selections to choose from. I was actually wanting it to be unique. Could we design it on a computer then print them? We do have a digital website where we can create your inspirations. Follow me, she said, leading us to the back where a computer sat next to some long table with shreds of paper laying all over the place. So, what are we looking for exactly? The young lady then asked. I want the invitation to be in an oval shape with a white background where the words will go, but with hints of light blue tones along the sides surrounding them. The font will be in Pacifico. I want a few large silver snowflakes cascaded around the words on top of the blue backtone, and then some shiny silver glitter at the top and bottom as well. Okay, let's get the background started, then we will fill in the words. Is that okay? She asked Tegan. Absolutely. After about 30 to 45 minutes, she finally had a template ready to show. What do you think? She asked as Tegan examined it. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Can you add at the very top the official kingdom seal with the royal crowns below it? Adding detail to her idea. Of course, Luna Queen. After a few more minutes, the young lady turned her computer to us again as Tegan examined it once more. Perfect, she said, looking back at her. A big triumphant smile spread across her face at the compliment of her work. So, what will the words be? She asked as she turned her computer back to her. Below the kingdom seal, put the title of the theme, Walking in a Winter Wonderland Gala, in a larger font size than the rest of the words. Below that will be the first line, which will say, "The pleasure of your company is requested on Saturday, December 24th at 7 o'clock in the evening. Hosted by Alpha King Ezra and Lunar Queen Tegan." On the second line, I would like it to say, "The annual Kingdom Winter Ball will be a 1940s theme, so please dress in your best 40s attire." Then on the final line put, "All unmated wolves in each pack are welcome to attend this year's gala, as well as the normal suitor highborns. We hope to see you all there," followed by the Kingdom address right beneath that. Try to leave a spot at the very bottom for us to sign and put our real official Kingdom stamp on it. The girl was typing away as Tegan spoke. Once she was done, she turned her computer again, showing Tegan. Her face lit up with excitement. "You captured my vision perfectly. Can you print them now?" "Yes, Lunar Queen. How many copies?" "Let's be safe and say 3,000, she said, making the lady's face appear shocked. "It is the winter ball, after all," Tegan said again, winking at her. It took a while to get them all printed, but once it was done, I could see the relief on Tegan's face. She took out an invite and signed it, then handed it to me. I followed suit before she took it back, handing it over to the young girl. Her eyes bulged even more. "We normally don't invite the lower-ranking members, but apparently Tegan had other plans." "Hope to see you there," Tegan said, pausing with her eyes squinted and her head tilted to the side while looking at the girl. "Isabel." "Wonderful. Hope to see you there, Isabel. Thank you for your assistance," Tegan then said. Isabel bowed in respect while we paid for our merchandise and left. "That was kind of you," I said as we exited. "She is unmated, and I want to give everyone the chance to enjoy a ball once in their life while possibly finding their mate," Tegan said with a shrug. "Change in the kingdom is good," I said, her eyes connecting with my own. "Good, because if I am going to be doing this, change will happen."
She is unmated, and I want to give everyone the chance to enjoy a ball once in their life while possibly finding their mate, Tegan said with a shrug. "Change in the kingdom is good," I said, her eyes connecting with my own. "Good, because if I am going to be doing this, change will happen." I wondered what she meant by that statement. If I let myself think too much on her words, I will begin to overthink the meaning of what she said in hopes of it meaning something it actually didn't. "So when were the meetings with the alphas again?" she asked, luckily taking me out of my thoughts. Since they are all coming to the ball, I had set it for the day before. The email was sent out before we left for your home pack, which means the meetings will begin on the 23rd. "Great, another thing I have to worry about. That is actually something I can prepare for you," I said, making her laugh. I just hoped she needed me to help. I wanted every minute I could with her. Tegan's POV, I wanted everything to be perfect, but I felt this overwhelming feeling of doubt that my ideas were worthless. How could I measure up to all the previous winter balls over the years? I had seen pictures in the old history books. I just wasn't confident that my ideas were nearly as good as any of them. But I was determined. I had managed to get every invite stamped with our official signatures and the Kingdom seal stamp before putting them in the envelopes and placing the wax seal to the back. It took forever with having so much to do, but in the end it was well worth it. We got them to the post office in time for them to be mailed off as top priority. Now that that's done, the more intense planning would be going down. However, that was all we would do for the night since it was starting to get dark. Tomorrow, we need all the servers and assistants the kingdom pays to be here around 6 a.m, so we can start giving out tasks, I said to Ezra as we walked back to our wing. "I will mind link them all now so they have time to prepare," he said as his eyes glossed over. Once we were at our wing, we parted ways. I went to my room and he went to his. Upon entering, Imogen was long asleep in my bed with Elias curled up beside her. I changed into my night clothes, crawling into the bed next to them, ready for sleep to consume me. Within minutes, darkness took over and I was gone to the world around me for the time being. I knew where I was immediately. I was in a vision or a dream or premonition, whatever you want to call it. I hadn't had one in so long, but I knew the feelings before the darkness around became a scenery. I had come to be so familiar with the way it felt being in one of these. It felt like something heavy was on my chest, almost like I could feel the emotions of everyone at once. The squeaking of birds above had me looking up. It was like they were signaling me to follow them. I started to walk in the direction of the birds. They were in a line leading me to where I needed to go. Soon a big stone castle came into view. It looked old but well structured. Surrounding it were guards in armor with swords. They stood still like a statue. All of a sudden they all stuck their swords in the air in a crisscross pattern as figures began to walk underneath them. "We attack tonight," the voice I've come to know well said. I looked up to get any significance of what day it was. The sun was setting on the east, but there was nothing else around I could see that told me what day it was other than it was warm out. "Tonight they will be at their weakest, their most vulnerable," a voice said next to him. Yes, tonight being the wolf moon, the astrological cycles are culminating all at once. This makes it hard for them to communicate or express themselves fully. Therefore, they are more vulnerable to the attack because they won't be able to effectively communicate with one another. But the blood moon will follow shortly after, so we have to be careful. That is when they are at their strongest. The other voice said, "Precisely, but we need him for the key. If we don't get him, we cannot unlock the underworld." His voice said before he looked directly at me, making my heart pound in my chest. I could hear a beeping noise in the distance, but it was like I was stuck looking in his evil red eyes. "Do you hear that?" he asked, his gaze never leaving me. "No, my lord, I hear nothing." "Someone is here," he said, making my heart thump even harder. Was that my alarm clock? Could he hear the beeping too? Was my world leaking into his? The sounds of a voice screaming my name echoed all around next. "She's here, she knows," he then said as he shot his hand up toward me. A green light came directly from his hand right at me. I screamed out as the light hit my arm. My eyes closed as I fell backwards. I quickly opened my eyes in case I had to fight, but I was no longer in my dream anymore. My eyes snapped to where Imogen was holding onto my shoulders like she was shaking me awake. She then released my arms, an ache now present. I looked to the side of the pane, noticing a bright red mark from where his magic hit me. Realization sinking in, my world leaked into his and he knew it. I was not physically there, yet he was able to hurt me. "Is everything okay?" you were screaming. She signed with concern all over her face. That was the golden question though, was it? I don't think so," I replied breathlessly. "Bad dream, more like a reality that is no longer just a dream," I said, cuffing my aching arm. My wolf healing ability was already kicking in, but the burn was still bright. I grabbed my phone, snapping a picture for proof. If my reality was leaking into my dreams, it was becoming extremely dangerous. He has the ability to kill me in my sleep if I am not careful. The downfall being I have no control over when I am sucked into this dream world. One thing I knew for sure was he couldn't see me, which means next time I get sucked into that reality, I will have to be more aware, more careful. "I need to go see Ezra," I then said, jumping up and quickly throwing on clothes, not caring how I looked. "Can you get Elias ready and bring him down after? I am sorry to ask so much of you, but this is urgent," I asked as I looked at her. Her face mirrored my own, terrified. "Yeah, don't worry," she signed as I darted across the hall. It was only 5 a.m, so I knew he was probably still asleep. I began knocking on his door until he answered. He quickly opened the door in a panic. "Tegan, what's wrong? Is everything okay? Please don't tell me it is about the ball. I had a dream." "A dream?" he asked, confused. "Vision, dream, premonition, whatever, I had one." "Anything new?" he quickly asked. He knew I was there. He hit me with his magic, I said, showing the fading mark on my arm. He grabbed my arm, looking before his eyes shot back to mine. "You can be harmed in your sleep now?" he asked. I only shook my head yes at his question. "He is coming for him." When? His tone had as much fear as I felt. That was the million-dollar question. When exactly was he coming? Tegan's POV. I was exhausted from not having any real sleep. Being in a dream like that is basically like being awake in the NREM stage of sleep. In other words, it means you get no rest, which meant today I was on autopilot. I wasn't in the game like I wanted. My mind couldn't stop thinking about the dream. Luna Queen, is there something you would like me to do? A small petite girl asked, taking me out of my thoughts. Sorry, dear, what is it that you normally do for the kingdom so I can put you on the right task? I asked, feeling a sense of guilt for not knowing them all like I should. This is Lacey, she works mostly in the kitchen. Ezra said, surprising me that he knew the answer. Well, how about you think of some ideas for foods that match the theme of the ball? I asked, knowing I would also be thinking of food myself just to be safe. Absolutely, Lacey chirped excitedly. You seem a bit off. Are you sure you don't need to go see Aaron? Ezra asked. I am just tired and my brain is elsewhere, nothing else, I said truthfully. How about we delegate the tasks? We work a few hours on the ball, take a break, work on the interview questions for the potential alphas for a bit, then we can look up dates for when this wolf moon and blood moon may occur close to one another deal. But the winter ball is so important, I exclaimed. So is choosing the appropriate alpha, and so is protecting our child and kingdom from the demon lord. We have a lot on our plates. The ball may be an important event, but some stuff trumps that. I cannot be the first Luna Queen to completely ruin the winter ball. I refuse to make a fated mate to the king look badly. We will work on them all equally, even if that's a lot to do. I wasn't going to back down from that either. Okay, so let's put the dream to the back burner, only temporarily of course, and focus on the ball. Then when we switch tasks, we will put the ball on the back burner, only focusing on the task at hand. That way we can give each task 100% of our undivided attention. The alpha interviews won't be hard at all, it'll be easy. Therefore, really our major tasks at hand are the ball and the plan for battle, he said confidently. He was right. If they both were important, then they both needed equal attention. I shook my head in agreement before pulling myself out of my funky daze. Okay, attention everyone that is not assigned a task, please gather here as I start delegating tasks. Remember, the ball is very important. Some things have changed and you all can be the first to know of those changes. Any unmated member is now allowed to attend. We will be paying caterers with servers so that it gives our staff the night off to enjoy the ball. I don't need my employees to be stressed the day of the ball trying to get food prepared. The stress will just be leading up to the ball, I said, making a few members laugh while others were excitedly cheering. I want to give options to people, so I have a sign-up sheet here. I need only a maximum of 10 members per category. Please only choose one you know you can do. Like I said, the ball is a big deal. Once everyone has signed up, I will sort the groups and give out tasks, I said as I placed the sign-up sheet on a table. Quickly people ran to get in line, each signing up for what they wanted. After everyone signed up, I took the paper, scanning it. A few spots weren't nearly filled in as others, but that wasn't an issue. They knew what they would be good at, and I trusted their judgments. I could pick up the slack in the extra areas that needed it. Okay, so I would like those who signed up for decorations to gather at table 1, those who signed up for dinner ideas table 2, those who signed up for music table 3. I went on saying the other categories. I had already set up tables with numbers and each table had papers and pencils. Once I was done and everyone was at their numbered table, I decided to walk around to see if anyone needed anything before I also went to my own table to start writing down ideas. The best way to choose the best plans for a party is to get into everyone's minds and pick what would make the night perfect. After checking in on everyone, I headed to go sit at the table Ezra was already sitting at, his eyes watching my every move. I took a seat quickly, grabbing a piece of paper. That was nice to watch, he said jokingly. What delegating tasks? Commanding attention. I was not commanding, I said defensively. Didn't need to, you had it from the beginning, you definitely had my attention, he said as he slid over a paper. Oh, you were writing down some ideas already? I asked as I slid the paper closer. They are definitely ideas, he said with a wink. I looked down at the paper and began to read the words. I could feel heat as it rose to my cheeks from embarrassment. "Do you like my ideas?" he asked in a hushed, sultry tone, hardly appropriate for the setting. I said as I looked up, seeing lust burning in his eyes. "You taking action and control inspired me," he said again, making me look back at the paper. "I will let him do all of that to us," Gemma said, making me even more embarrassed than before. I folded the paper and put it into my pocket. I couldn't sit here and think about the words on it. The things it did to me and the distraction it would cause would interfere with our task. However, something inside of me, probably Gemma, but maybe even something far greater, wanted me to save it. "Now let's give our undivided attention to the task at hand," I said, quoting him from earlier. "Fine, party pooper," Ezra said as he grabbed a blank paper. He was staring at it as if it would swallow him whole. We finally were all done and were able to surf through everyone's ideas, voting on the best ones. I then sent groups out to buy the items listed for each idea. After the items are all purchased, we could finally focus on setting it up for the ball. In the meantime, I had a ton of calls to make to get paid outside help for the ball. I could feel the burning stare on my back of Ezra watching me, making me want to reenact the words on the paper in my pocket. Ezra's P.O.V. After a tireless 2 weeks of planning, it was finally coming to an end. It was rough, I won't lie. We were all exhausted, and my staff deserved the night off after the hard work they put into helping us with such a big task. When Tegan arrived, she looked surprised to see the ballroom completely decorated. When she retired for the night, we had the decorations on the stage, but nothing done. Me and my staff worked all night to get the ballroom done. A token of my gratitude for Tegan's help. Without her and the staff, this could not be possible. "Holy crap, this took all night," she said in awe. I looked around at all the hard work we did, happy with the results. We went with tall tables so the guests would have to stand and mingle rather than sit and nod. We of course accommodated chairs off to the side, but overall the idea was to mingle. The tables were covered with long white tablecloths with light blue lights underneath. Each table had a glass vase with light blue and clear pebbles at the bottom, water between with a floating candle on top. Flower petals were scattered around the vase to give it a little more jazz. The structured pillars in the room had eucalyptus garland on them, which wrapped around from the bottom to the top. The ceilings had fairy lights dangling from the low structures across the room, giving it a warm feel. We decided to add a long crystal chandelier in the middle of the ballroom. The lights simmering in them gave the room a more glowing effect. It was beyond anything I could have ever come up with on my own. I was so thankful to have had Tegan and all the staff's help to make the winter ball as magnificent as any year prior, if not better. "I gave the staff the day off, they helped all night," I said, taking my eyes from the room to look at her. "They deserve it, especially after all I put them through these last couple weeks." I figured getting it done early would leave the day before the interviews for us to prepare for them. "I know you're nervous and I didn't want you to feel underprepared for them," I said honestly. "That was thoughtful of you," she then said, looking at me. "But you haven't slept. How are you going to make it?" I figured I could take a nap while you go get pampered. I already have the spa booked, a massage booked, and a nail appointment booked. While you go get pampered, I'll nap. That will give me plenty of time to rest. I don't need much. However, once you're done and I am refreshed with a few hours of shut-eye, then we can focus on preparing. Her eyes were almost bulging out of her eye socket with surprise. "What? I can be thoughtful," I said, nudging her. "It's my way of saying thank you for saving me. I meant that in so many more ways than the ball. I don't even know what to say." "You don't have to say a thing, just go enjoy yourself. Elias will be with me, so you just take the day to relax. You deserve that much after all you've done." A smile spread across her face before she smashed her body against mine in a tight embrace. The small electric shock still present from her never accepting my rejection, which made my wolf howl in pleasure for being in his mate's embrace. "When is the appointment?" she asked, slowly pulling away. I looked at the watch on my wrist, now being 5 minutes till. "You should head there now." She quickly hugged me again before darting away. I took one last look around the room, admiring their ideas and hard work before heading back to my suite for a few hours. Luckily, Elias was still on his newborn sleep schedule, so when we got to the room he was already ready for some sleep like me. I laid him down in my bed, barricading him with pillows before taking my place next to him. Once he was fast asleep, I drifted off myself, exhausted. I woke up to the familiar weird blackness. Guess I was having another one of those awful dreams that I couldn't escape. "No, stop, please," I heard a voice screaming in the distance. I walked in the direction of the screams. The voice sounded so familiar, but for some reason I couldn't put a face to it. Soon the blackness morphed into a room, one I could easily pinpoint as a torture chamber. A bloodied body was chained to a wall, their arms above their heads while their legs were pulled apart, chained too. I could tell it was a woman because the clothes she wore were ripped to shreds, leaving her body on display. Her head hung low while soft whimpers escaped from her mouth. Next to her sat a table full of bloody utensils used to torture her, I assume. I walked closer to see who it was. When I stood directly in front of her, she snapped her head up, making my heart pound in my chest. She looked terrified, looking directly at me. "Please don't, I don't know anything, please," she begged me, but I had no plans of hurting her. "Oh, darling, that is where you are wrong. You know more. I just have to pluck that little brain of yours in the right place to trigger those memories," a sinister voice said from behind me. I quickly turned around to see a tiny man with glasses on. He walked towards us. Obviously, he didn't see me because he stopped in front of me, never looking up at me, only threw me at her. "The demon lord wants information he knows you have. That's where I come into play. I am the extractor, the procurer of information. You see, the brain has a funny way of holding information that we didn't even know we had. That's what I will retrieve." "Please don't kill me. I will do anything, please," she begged. "Oh, darling, it's too late. We are only interested in that brain now," the madman said as he picked up a utensil, walking forward. His body walked right through my own. "I hate to ruin that pretty little face. No worries, it won't go to waste. I'll save it for my collection," he said as his scalpel dug into the side of her face, filling the room with screams of agony. "Ezra," I heard my name being hollered out. "Lydia," I screamed, waking myself from the sounds of my own voice. I abruptly sat up in the bed, drenched in sweat. "Lydia, were you seriously dreaming of her?" Tegan's voice asked angrily. But it wasn't what she thought. Yes, I was dreaming of her, but not the way she was thinking. What did the demon lord think she knew for him to torture her so brutally? Ezra's P.O.V. She didn't let me explain anything. The remainder of the preparation for the interviews was awkward. Every time I tried to talk, her eyes would light up in her fiery red, warning me. I don't understand women's minds. She was angry at a dream, as if any of us had control over what we dream about. That, however, didn't just feel like a normal dream, it felt real. I could physically feel Lydia's fear. I didn't truthfully care if she died, but I was, however, curious what it was she knew that he needed so badly. Today was the day of the alpha interviews. I knew Tegan would rock it, but then again I could sense how angry she still was, which may reflect in the interview process. If she would only allow me to explain myself, she would understand. Hell, she has dreams she has no control over. How can she be mad at me? What if her abilities were affecting me too because we were fated mates? When I walked into the office, Tegan was already sitting at the desk shifting through her papers. "You're late," her cold voice said. I looked at my watch to see I was actually early, but I wouldn't dare argue. "Tegan, will you please let me explain the dream?" I asked, making her head snap up. "You say you want me, only me. You go and make me feel these butterflies in my stomach, making me think you're being truthful. Then I find out you're dreaming of your ex-lover. What am I to make of that, Ezra?" "It was a dream. I can't control what I dream about," I said defensively. "But dreams occur from thoughts we have. Tell me, Ezra, what exactly were you thinking about? Her blonde hair, her perky breast? Were you thinking about how it felt being with her?" Goddess, how far off she was unreal. "No, of course not," I instead said. "Then what was it, huh?" she asked as a soft knock at the door interrupted. "Never mind, it doesn't matter," she said, looking over to who was entering. "It does matter," I said, trying to bring her back to the conversation, but her hard-headed childish ass only ignored me. "Sorry to interrupt, you wanted to see me?" a masculine voice asked, making me look back. Yeah, I wanted you to help with today, Tegan said. Irritation filled my chest. She has got to be fucking kidding. I have one dream, one fucking dream. One she refuses to let me explain, and she is already calling him, and for what? To be her knight in shining armor. King Ezra is able to do it. I can't make a judgment based on meeting them. I am not a leader, therefore my opinion does not matter. Tanner said, looking between Tegan and I. Well, then I just want you at my side then, to keep the anger at bay, she said, never looking at me. I was the one that was supposed to keep the anger at bay, her mate, not him. Well, we are the source, Kingston said. That didn't matter. Another man should not be the one to take that anger away. We were supposed to work through it, to communicate. I realized back home she didn't get the chance to communicate, which leaves her unable to express herself and talk through stuff efficiently, but come on, this was bullshit. It was a goddess-forsaken dream, one she still hasn't heard me out on. She is a grown woman acting like a damn kid. She tells me she doesn't want me, shows me no interest, and then out of everything that I could have been doing, a dream sets her off and makes her lose her shit. Her hot and cold nature was becoming infuriating. I sat down more pissed off than I have been in a very long time. I yank open a folder trying to calm myself. Tegan, what are you doing? I heard him whisper as low for me not to hear, but not low enough. Interviews with you by my side, she responded swiftly. No, you're playing with fire without caring who gets burned, he replied in an irritated tone as he sat down. I was only trying to, she began to say, but a knock at the door interrupted. Enter, she hollered out. The door creaked open, a tall man walked in like he owned the room. Hello, Mr. Parks, remember me, she asked. Yeah, the she-wolf that wanted my dick but couldn't get it, he replied, making King growl at the disrespect. Tegan took a deep breath, not allowing his cocky attitude to affect her. Quite the opposite, actually. My name is Tegan Hendricks, the Luna Queen. I suggest you check the way you speak to ladies before it's checked for you. With that being said, are you ready to start? His face looked a little shocked for a moment. A woman interviewing with the king here. Is this a joke? He asked, looking at me. I'm sorry, Mr. Parks, is that a problem? Tegan asked, but Aiden's eyes didn't leave me. It's Alpha Aiden Parks, and yeah, there is, you're a powerless female, he said, cutting his eyes back to Tegan. Wonderful, I have all I need. This interview is over, you may leave. The king hasn't asked anything, so the interview hasn't started, he said aggressively. Tanner, escort Mr. Parks out, please, Tegan said. Tanner stood up, grabbing his arm he quickly yanked out of his grasp. Unhand me, you half-bred, he screamed, making Tegan stand in anger, her hair flying back as the air in the room whooshed around her. You disrespect one more person and I promise it will be the last thing you do, she screamed out, her eyes blazing red. Aiden began to stutter out. I said this interview is over, which means leave, she demanded with so much power that it almost made me want to submit. Aiden stumbled, tripping in the process as he fell to the ground. He quickly jumped up before running out the room like a scared pup. Tegan sat back down as the air immediately stopped and her eyes went back to her normal shade of green. She flattened her hair and dress before addressing Tanner again. Bring in the next. The rest were pretty uneventful, some were cocky, some weren't. I wasn't exactly impressed with any if I was honest, but Tegan was eager to be diligent in selecting the correct alpha. Lamar was doing well in the Silverline pack as the placeholder alpha, but the duties were wearing on him and I could sense it. He wasn't cut out to be an alpha, so the sooner we get the alpha picked, the sooner he will be released from a duty I know he is only doing for me. That was the last one, Tanner said as he returned. Great, I was beginning to get bored, Tegan said with a sigh of relief. Tanner, can you please excuse us? I need to speak with the Queen in private, I finally said. Tegan's POV. Now that the interviews were done, the ball was the next big event. Once the ball comes to an end, then we can begin to really prepare for what's coming. We had already been researching dates and having the kingdom train with different skills so that we were as prepared as we could be, but it just didn't feel like enough. We really needed to figure out how to get more information. What little I have managed to see wasn't nearly enough. As I sat in front of the mirror looking at my reflection, I looked over to the place I was hit in my last dream. I was terrified of that happening again. But if he could hurt me, does that mean I could also hurt him? If that were the case, then I needed to be ready even in my sleep for a potential battle. How the fuck does one even prepare for such a thing? My bedroom door swung open and closed with a slam, pulling me instantly from my thoughts. I looked over to see Imogen leaned against the now closed door. Her eyes bulged as if she had seen a ghost, which, truth be told, wasn't far-fetched. Her breath was ragged and shallow. Her body stuck in one spot, not moving from the door, almost like she was in shock. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked, now concerned. She didn't respond by even looking at me. Tears were surfacing, clouding her eyes. "Imogen, hey," I said, jumping up from my seat and rushing over to her. "Talk to me, what happened?" I asked as I pulled her into my arms. My mate, she signed once she pulled away. "You found him, that's wonderful news, right?" I asked, confused. I wasn't surprised she would find her mate. Today was the gala and many wolves from around the world would be coming. Her mate must have been among them. "No," she signed as tears surfaced once again. "Not him." She signed again before her body slid down the door until she was sitting on the ground. "It's okay, we can figure this out," I said, sitting next to her. "I have to reject him." She signed. "Why?" "Because of who he is." "Who is it?" I asked, now concerned. Her eyes looked up to me, darting side to side as if searching for the right words to say. "You need to get ready, the ball will happen soon," she signed, ignoring my question. I didn't push, however. I could tell she wasn't ready to talk about it out loud yet. I understood the feeling. Once the words were out there was no taking them back. "Yeah, so do you," I said with a nudge. "But I found my mate, I am no longer invited," she signed before looking down. "Oh, you're coming. I already had dresses brought up for you to choose from," I said as I stood, making her head snap up. "Come on, let's get ready," I said with my hand extended to help her off the ground. "Let's go pamper ourselves and forget about our stupid mates, yeah?" I said, making a small smile spread across her saddened face. We both spent the rest of the time getting ready. I chose an elegant light blue vintage dress to match the theme, whereas she chose a vintage emerald-colored dress that complemented her very well. Once our hair and makeup was completed, it was time to get down to the ball. I was expected to be early so that I could make sure everything was in order and to greet each attendee. Luckily, I had a babysitter in place for Elias. Liliana came home early and said she would keep him all night, giving me the complete day and night baby-free. I hadn't been kid-free both day and night ever. Yes, I had help with part of the day or night, but mostly it was on me, which was the joy of parenthood. But a complete day and night free every once in a while was a goddess gift sent. Liliana said she wouldn't be attending the ball. She would rather have a night in with her grandson. I tried reasoning, but that woman was as hard-headed as a dang mule. "Like someone else I know," Gemma piped up. "Yeah, her son," I replied with a chuckle. Here I was thinking maybe it was a queen trait, she said back, making me roll my eyes. "I am not hard-headed," I replied defensively, but who was I kidding? I was more hard-headed than Liliana herself. I wouldn't even let Ezra explain his dream, mostly because I was beyond jealous of him dreaming about her of all people. However, now that I've had a few days to calm myself down and think about it, the more I see how immature I really am. He deserved a chance to explain himself, especially since I had no right to be jealous in the first place. I just had so much anger in me about her in general that I didn't even want to hear it. But being like that wasn't right. It was something I needed to work on, not only myself but also for others. I can't shut everyone down that slightly upsets me. I was technically still the queen, and that sets an awful example of what a queen should represent and be. "You got that right," Gemma said, making me roll my eyes again. "I'm admitting my faults. What else do you want me to do?" I asked, annoyed. "Be about them. Admitting and acting on them are two different things," Gemma replied. I swear if my mother was here, I feel like her and Gemma would be two peas in a pod. "Then she is great in my eyes," Gemma said, making me smile. Taking one last look in the mirror, I was ready to slay this ball, not literally of course. "Ready?" I asked Imogen. She shook her head yes in response. We both walked down to the ball together. When I entered, Ezra was already there telling the caterers where the food needs to be and what he expected of the servers. He was in boss mode and it kind of turned me on. I have been so hot and cold with my emotions lately, it was like Ezra and I had switched places. He was like this at the beginning and now it's been only me. That needs to change, Gemma said, which I agreed it was time for a change. I walked over to him without looking at anyone else, although the room was already starting to fill with people. When I got near, he turned to look at me as if he sensed my presence. Tegan, hey, he said with his half-crooked smile. Being the spontaneous girl that I am, I decided fuck it and went with my heart rather than my head. When close enough, I grabbed his head, pulling him down to my level. My lips crashed against his with hunger and need. Tegan's POV, once we pulled away, both of us were breathless. He mirrored what I assumed my face looked like. Surprised. Like I said, I've been so hot and cold. This was our first kiss since before he rejected me, and I gave no warning before I attacked his face. I'm sorry, I shouldn't, I began to say before he pulled me in for another, cutting me off mid-sentence. Once our blissful moment ended, clapping sounded from behind us. It's about damn time. A masculine voice echoed from behind. We turned to see Tanner approaching us with a smile. Ezra's face immediately looked confused, which made sense. I hadn't exactly shown him that Tanner and I were so not into one another. I actually did the complete opposite. I used every chance with Tanner to make Ezra angry and jealous. Immature, I know. I was beginning to think I would die before y'all made up, he then said, making me giggle a little. And who do we have here? I asked, looking over to the person whose small hand was firmly clasped in Tanner's massive one. My mate, he said with pride in his eyes. You're what? Ezra asked, confusion all over his face. Mate, Tanner repeated. Ezra's eyes then went between the two of them before darting to me. He was confused beyond belief. But that's Alpha King Ezra, Luna Queen Tegan, meet my mate Tristan. Tanner cut into Ezra's thoughts as Tristan bowed. Nice to meet you, Tristan, I said with a smile across my face, Ezra's face still obviously not changing. I can see where you would be confused, Tanner said, looking over to me with an annoyed look. So does that mean you bat for both teams? Ezra then asked, looking between us. Nope, just your side, he replied, making me laugh. I tried making Tegan tell you, but she insisted on making you worry, he then said, making me bite my lip. You knew I was concerned, Ezra then asked, looking over to me. To be fair, you deserve to feel like you had a little competition, even if it wasn't real, I then said. Liam wasn't enough, he asked, hitting a sore spot. I wanted to tell you, but she told me she'd cut my dick off if I did, and obviously I need that, Tanner said, making his partner erupt in a fit of giggles. That's what you get for assuming and not just asking, I said, making Ezra shake his head in agreement. You're right, next time I'll ask. There won't be a next time, I said, looking back at him. What's that supposed to mean? It means I am yours and you are mine. There will never be another time for us to feel like we have to compete. So you're not mad anymore? He asked, a glimmer of hope shimmering in his eyes. I still have concerns about the dream, but I haven't given you the chance to explain. A dream is a dream and that's it. I'm glad, but what about the anger from what happened? It's history, something that needed to happen to make me stronger. Without the past, I wouldn't be who I am today. Well, we will leave you guys to it. We want to go get our groove on, Tanner said, interrupting our conversation. I looked around the room for the first time since arriving. The room was now filled with many guests, damn near packed, honestly. It turned out amazing, Ezra yelled out as the sound of the music began to blare over the speakers. It really did, I said more cheerfully. I then felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned to see Ezra smiling his pearly white smile. May I have this dance? He asked with his hand extended. You may, my king, I said with a small curtsy. We entered the dance floor as he spun me around. Our bodies began to grind against one another when the song changed to an upbeat, tense, and sexual tune. The night was going perfectly. I couldn't believe how happy I felt. I hadn't felt this free and happy literally ever. Multiple songs had already played all the way through before we finally decided to go mingle amongst the others. When getting off the dance floor, I first noticed Tanner in the corner, his face glued to his mate's. I then scanned the room looking for Imogen, immediately feeling guilty. I was completely consumed with Ezra. I momentarily forgot about her situation. I kept looking only to be disappointed when she was nowhere to be seen. I, however, did see many others completely consumed with another person. Hopefully they found their mates and not just jump into bed with a random person. Not that I was completely against it, I was definitely okay with people having relations if they hadn't found their mate. However, the point of inviting more people was to bring everyone together in hopes of finding their mates. Looking for someone, Ezra's hot breath whispered in my ear as his hand caressed my hips, making me feel hot all over where his hands touched. Imogen, she told me she found her mate before the ball. Well, maybe they are off having mate time, he said with a chuckle. I doubt it. She was distraught about who it was. I'm kind of concerned, truth be told. We can go look for her if you want. I can't leave the ball. I am the hostess. It'll have to wait till after, I said disappointingly. I can always go find her. No, the king and queen should be present for this event. It's the biggest event for the kingdom. They won't notice. Trust me, they would, I said. Fine, after the ball we will go look for Imogen and make sure she is okay, he finally said, agreeing. We spent the remainder of the time walking around mingling with the alphas of the other packs. To my surprise, my brother Darian was here. My father, however, was not. Thank the goddess, the last thing I needed was him acting a fool at such an important event. Darian was, of course, hitting on any girl who gave him the time of day. Frederick, however, was lurking in the shadows. He probably wanted to stay out of Darian's sight. I don't blame him, but at the same time he should own himself and show Darian that he doesn't care, even if he did. You okay, Fred? I asked as I approached him, just peaky. He replied sarcastically as he took another swing of his whiskey. Careful there, you might actually get drunk. They mixed a little wolfsbane in to help enhance the drinks to lighten the mood, I said, looking at his face. Great, even better, he said, taking another large swig. Are you okay? I asked before a scream hollered out. That's her dad. She was the one that dared to disrespect me. The annoying yet familiar male voice screamed. Adian started to approach with his finger pointing directly at me. Ezra's P.O.V. I heard a scream and my eyes immediately shot over to where Tegan was standing. Her head was cocked to the side as she examined the big man-child, pointing his finger at her accusingly. I made my way over to where my mate was, the Parks a few steps ahead. She did it, Dad, she did it, he said as his finger waved dramatically in the air. I knew Tegan could handle herself, but it wasn't in my blood to sit back and just watch. A smile crept up on her face when they both were standing directly in front of her. I did what, Aiden? She asked. It's Alpha, he raged, causing a bigger scene. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alpha Parks, but Aiden is your second born, correct? Tegan asked, her eyes now on the older version of Aiden. Yes, he is, right, which means he is not a true Alpha. Maybe by blood, but he is not entitled to the name Alpha unless he was granted the title, correct? That is correct, the older man said softly. So, Mr. Parks, as I said before, with your father's confirmation, you are not an Alpha, she said plainly. I will be of Silverline. I'm sorry, and who made that decision, you? She asked with an amused smile. I didn't get the appropriate interview. You were given an interview just as all the other potential Alphas were. You chose to disrespect me, and I chose to go with my judgment and deem you unworthy of ruling a pack. An Alpha with no care for others is no Alpha at all. He is a tyrant. I refuse to allow such an abomination to rule within my kingdom. See, father, the bitch disrespects our name, he screamed out, making my wolf surface. I swiftly step around, making myself known as my hand wraps around his throat, lifting him in the air. My eyes switch between King and myself. His body wiggled around as he gasped for air. You do not come to my kingdom, disrespect my mate, your queen, with your vile and disrespectful words. He did not mean it, Alpha King. The head of his household begged with his head bowed. He meant it, and he disrespected my queen on more than one occasion this week. I let the first one slide, but this one will not. Disrespecting his queen also means he is disrespecting his king. Tell me, what is it we do to those who disrespect the throne, Mr. Parks? I asked, not addressing him as Alpha, showing who held the real power here. Please, Alpha King, I will take him home now. I will punish him and he will apologize to his queen, the old man begged. I slowly released my hold on Aiden's neck, allowing him to take a big gasp in. Aiden, apologize, his father demanded. No woman shall make a man's decision, Aiden chose to say instead. Aiden, you cannot disrespect the throne that way, I raised you better, his father screamed again. I will be the Alpha of Silverline, any Alpha picked over me I will kill with no mercy. Do you hear me? No mercy, which means you have to pick me, the rightful Alpha, or they all die. Aiden screamed as if he had any authority. I cut my eyes over to his father, his eyes bulged for a moment before a sadness filled them. You disappoint me, Aiden, you were not raised to be like this. No, I was raised to be in the shadows of your precious firstborn, a weak Alpha. I deserve the title. I promise you this, father, after I kill my so-called competition and take over Silverline, I'll kill him next. More slowly than the others, so I can watch his life slowly fade from this reality. Then I will have both packs. His father's face looked horrified from his son's words. He looked to me, then back to him. My hand was still around Aiden's neck, but loosened enough so he could breathe and talk. His father released a breath before nodding his head at me, turning and walking away. I'll kill him, I swear, mark my words, Aiden screamed at his retreating father. The ball had become eerily quiet as all members watched the scene. Some of them looked mortified while others amused. Carry on, I said to the ball attendees as I escorted Aiden out. I wouldn't kill him here, although a public death wasn't uncalled for. I just didn't want such a disaster to occur at Tegan's first ball. It would be a night to remember by all, but not in the best of light. Once we were out of the ballroom and away from prying eyes, I turned him around to face me. Aiden Parks of Parkview Pack, I hereby sentence you to die for the actions you admitted to in front of many witnesses tonight, I said with my Alpha King voice. His hands morphed into paws as he tried swiping them at me to get loose, only he was too slow. I quickly grabbed one of his arms, twisting it around, making his bones snap before doing the same to the other. Do you have any last words, Mr. Parks? I asked next. You'll pay for this, all of you. He is coming and you will all pay, he screamed, making me stop in my tracks. What did you say? I asked. You will pay for this. He will make you pay. He promised me if I retrieved the stupid daughter of Kirk, any wish would be mine, he screamed again. My head went back to my dream of Lydia. Who? I asked. Doesn't matter, his promise was invalid, which means we are all going to die, he said, more defeated this time. Aiden, who did you give Lydia to? The Dark Lord was what he called himself, I think. He is a powerful man, no doubt. He would have found her himself, but he knew that I wanted power badly. He had to have known this would happen. Why not kill two birds with one stone? He said as his shoulders slumped. When is the Demon Lord coming, Aiden? Demon Lord, that was it. Damn, how'd you know? Aiden, when is he coming? After the last leaf falls, he said with a shrug. It is winter now, which means he is referring to the season autumn. Autumn has come and gone, so if he was right then we have until around either September or November of next year before he comes. Do you know anything else? No, he told me to tell the throne that he will come to take the boy when the last leaf falls, and if I get him what he wants then I can go ahead and take over the position I want, earning what I deserve. He twisted his words, making me think he will give me power to rule, not earn death by my actions. So does this exchange of information spare my life? No, but thanks, I replied as I snapped his neck. Ezra's P.O.V. After I returned, the ball was starting to dwindle down. Tegan and I stayed until the very last person left. Some were too intoxicated to drive back, so they opted to stay in our guest wing. After they all had retreated for the night, Tegan and I gave out orders to the cleanup crew, which was a different set from our servers. We didn't want to overwork anyone. We then decided to head up to our wing once they started cleaning. Thanks for tonight, Tegan said with a small smile. Anytime, I said as I pulled my wrist up to look at the time. It's 12 a.m. Merry Christmas, I then said. Oh, Merry Christmas. I have something for you, wait here, I said before turning away to grab her gift off the nightstand in my room. When I returned, her face looked surprised. You didn't have to, I didn't get you anything. she said as her smile faded. "I don't need anything," I then said as I handed her the gift. "You shouldn't have spent any money on me," she said, taking it from me. "Let's just say this one wasn't expensive but worth more than money. That doesn't even make any sense," she said with her contagious giggle. "Open it." She looked at the wrapping paper, then back to me. "I've never received a real gift before. My father forbade Helena to give me a gift, so instead we would just share some cookies and milk. Sometimes that's better," I replied with a small smile. She smiled back before slowly removing the bow as she pulled the strings, releasing its hold. Once that was done, she tore into the wrapping paper, revealing a small wooden chest with a rose encased in glass engraved into the grains, just like the rose in Beauty and the Beast. "I made it," I said, making her head shoot up. "You made this?" she asked, shocked. "I am more than just a king. I can do other cool things than ruling a kingdom. I wanted to give you something meaningful to replace your shoebox that holds your most valuable mementos, one that can lock," I said as my head nodded in the direction where a lock could be put on it. "It's beautiful, thank you. Open it," I then urged. She twisted the box to face her as she opened it. Her face immediately looked surprised as tears began to stream freely down her face. "Mr. Cuddles," she said as she let out some sniffles. "But how?" she asked as her eyes looked up to me. "Helena got it for me from your stuff, and I had my Nana fix it. What do you think?" I asked as tears overpowered her emotions. "I don't know what to say," she said between breaths. "You don't have to say anything," I replied. "Ezra, this is the most thoughtful gift I could have ever received," she said as she ran into my arms. I wrapped them around her until her sobs became soft breaths. When she pulled away, her face matched her hair red. "I'm sorry, I know I probably look like a fool now," she said as she wiped her nose with her arm. "No, you're absolutely beautiful," I said as I cupped her cheeks within my hands, making her stare into my eyes. "You deserve the world, Tegan," I said as I placed a small kiss upon her lips. The small current sending shivers down my body. Our lips parted just in time for her to let out a yawn. "Good night, Tegan," I said, kissing her forehead as she walked into her room. She stopped to look at me once again before I smiled and turned around to head to my own room. I knew she had just forgiven me and we had so much to discuss, but tonight we will just enjoy the moment we shared. Her door shut as I went into my own bedroom. Once I was in my own room, I showered and got myself ready for bed. It had been a long day, and although I now know when the Demon Lord would be coming, I had the slightest idea of how we would stop him. 10 to 11 months gave us so much time to really prepare, but it also gave him time too. If only I knew his weakness, then I could put an end to this war before it ever happened. After finishing my nightly routine, I climbed in bed, looking at the clock. It now read 1:30 am and I was nowhere near tired, although I should be considering how busy of a day I had. I laid in bed as I watched the ceiling fan twirl in a circle. After some time, I decided to get up. It seemed as if I wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. I walked over to my balcony as I opened the doors, allowing the cold winter air to hit my bare chest, making my nipples pebble with the cold drift. I slipped my shoes on as I walked out. Although part of it was covered in snow, I didn't care. Being out on this balcony, breathing in the winter's cold, fresh air always soothed my mind. It seemed to help clear it in ways I never could. Luckily, the balcony was mostly covered, so the snow was only on the ledge of the balcony. Everything else under the awning was still dry. I sat there for a while. However, the winter's breeze didn't help take away the intrusive thoughts that seemed to rapidly play in my head tonight. Between what the Demon Lord wanted with Lydia, then he set up Aiden perfectly so that his message was delivered, yet one less wolf was in his way. What I knew for sure was, he already had Lydia, which meant she very well could already be dead. So, the only way we would know what she knew was if we entered the Demon Lord's mind or into his little extractor's mind. But I wasn't sure if Tegan could do that on her own free will or not. I sat there a bit longer trying to think of what we could do to experiment on our limited options. There of course was a sleep study. We could wake her before something happened, or maybe we can somehow share a bond to go in the dream together. There were options of course, but none of which I was certain would work. especially since Tegan has yet to go into a dream on her own free will. Lost in my thoughts, I almost didn't hear the soft tap at my bedroom door. I looked back wondering who it was knocking at such an hour. I got up, making my way across the room before opening the door, revealing Tegan herself. "Hey," she said first. "Hey, was there something you needed?" I asked, momentarily concerned. I could see her gulp before she dropped the robe, her naked, beautiful body on full display. "Yeah, you," she replied as she pushed me backwards, closing the door with her foot. Tegan's P.O.V. I couldn't sleep. I only tossed and turned in my empty room. The need grows greater with each passing moment. I knew I wouldn't be able to resist him much longer. I also knew we had a lot to discuss. But for now, words weren't what I needed, physical contact was. I rolled over in bed for the upteenth time, looking at Mr. Cuddles, who laid on the pillow next to me. Still dirty and old, but completely rebuilt, as if he was brought back to life. "Fuck it, I'm going for it," I thought to myself. We've had enough time with tension building to make ourselves crave one another. Now it's time for us to devour each other's bodies in ways we hadn't had the pleasure of doing. I got up and grabbed my kimono, wrapping it around my naked body loosely. I had one goal in mind, and clothes weren't a part of that. I crossed the hall with a new mindset in place. I raised my hand to knock, nerves building in my stomach. I took a deep breath in before courage finally set in. Once I knew I could do it, my hand knocked on his door. He was probably long asleep, but something inside told me he wasn't. Within minutes, the door opened. He stood in front of me in all his glory, well, almost all of it. My mind was telling me that maybe I made a mistake with the way he was looking at me, but it was too late. It was all or nothing at this point. I gently pushed his body inside, taking control. If I didn't, I would just be standing there gaping like an idiot. I pushed his body on his bed, his back hitting the softness. I climbed on top of him as my hands traveled south. "Tegan, we don't have to, we can wait," he said, making me roll my eyes. "All we've done is wait, don't you want me?" "Goddess, yes, I want you, I just don't want you thinking this was my only goal," he said, concerned. I stuck my hand in the elastic of his pants, taking his full length in my hand. "I would say it's more of a mutual goal, am I right?" I said as my hand began to run along his hard dick, for it to only grow with each stroke. Groans escaped his mouth as his eyes rolled back. I gently tugged at his pants. He lifted his ass so they could easily be pulled down. Once he was set free, I could feel another wave of heat hit my cheeks, suddenly remembering how large his dick was. "Is everything okay?" he asked, concerned in his eyes. I shook my head yes as my hand began to stroke him up and down. I was still beyond inexperienced, with him being the only partner I've ever had. However, I did my research and I felt more prepared than I had in a long time. I gently wrapped my lips beneath my teeth to ensure that when I took him in, my teeth wouldn't graze his length. I then slowly added his dick into my mouth. Bobbing my head up and down slowly but firmly, I stuck my hand at the base of his cock to help apply pressure with each stroke. My hand follows the movements of my head. I then took my free hand and cradled his balls, gently massaging. Groans sounded out all over the room, and within seconds his dick hardened even more. He grabbed my head, trying to pull me back, but I remained in place. Tegan," he screamed as a warm, sticky substance shot in my mouth. I kept swallowing, not entirely enjoying the taste of the salty warmness, but taking it all anyway. It was a never-ending stream of semen. Once it stopped and the last drop was swallowed, I released his dick from my mouth with a pop. I looked up, meeting his gaze, his eyes looking as if he was embarrassed. "What's wrong?" I asked, thinking I did something wrong. "I came so fast," he said, his eyes diverting away from me. I pulled his face back to look at me. "Don't look away. Going without sexual contact for long periods of time will do that to you. It's nothing to be ashamed of," I said, hoping he knew that him coming quickly only told me he hasn't ejaculated in a while. He lifted up, grabbing my body, hoisting it over him. "Good thing we have all night to practice so that it will last longer," he said as he flipped my body over, making me giggle out. He moved my red hair from my face gently, a look of admiration shimmering in his eyes. "I am the luckiest guy in the world," he said, making my heart flutter in my chest. I pulled him down in response, his lips crashing against mine. He didn't even mind kissing me after I swallowed his load. Soon his lips parted from mine as he began to move down. His tongue traveled down my body, sending waves of pleasure in its wake, my body coming to life everywhere his mouth touched. He finally made it to my navel, kissing softly before he stopped and looked at my faded scar across my lower abdomen. Insecurities instantly hit. I tried moving my hands to cover, only for him to grab them and holding them above my head, pinning them with one hand as he began to trace the outline of my awful scar that haunted me daily. "You don't ever have to hide from me. Everything about you is perfect," he said as he started planting soft kisses along the scar. He then released my arms as he trailed more kisses down my body, this time going between my thighs, kissing the inner parts, making my body shake with need in response. His mouth was now hovering over my vagina, his hot breath fanning on it, making my core ache with need. He swiped his tongue up, parting my pussy lips slightly. He then stuck his fingers within the folds, gently rubbing my clit in circles, making my body react accordingly. His tongue then entered as it began to move up and down slowly, building anticipation. Between his miracle fingers and amazing mouth, my body was shivering with my first orgasm. The need now is stronger, taking control. I tried saying, completely breathless. He came up from my pussy as his dick hovered over my dripping pussy. "What do you need, Red?" he whispered in my ear. "I need to hear you say it," he then said again. "I need you to fuck me," I whispered. "I couldn't hear you. What was that?" he said as the tip of his dick slightly entered me before coming back out in a teasing manner. My body craved more. I needed more. I started to rock my hips against him, hoping he understood. "Fuck me," I finally screamed as he swiftly entered in one go, making me scream out in pleasure. Tegan's P.O.V. When he entered, my pussy walls spread, allowing his girth to glide inside. The walls of my pussy tightened around his dick, making my body erupt with pleasure. "Fuck," he said as his body visibly relaxed. A calmness washed over him before he began to move in sync with my rocking hips. "Goddess heavens, you're so tight," he whispered as he shifted our position. Turning my body to the side, one leg now wrapped around his waist while the other was between his legs, allowing him more access to pound relentlessly into me. Soon I could feel my orgasm creeping back up for the second time. Suddenly his hands gripped my thighs as he flipped me over, my ass now straight up while my face was face down. Of course, doggy style would be her favorite position, I thought to myself as he entered again, this time more rough as he gripped my hips, using them to push his full length inside of me. I screamed out on the pillow in pure pleasure while he kept rigorously pumping in and out until his movements became slower. Just then, I decided to sit up, pushing against him with my ass, making him fall backwards. We adjusted ourselves before I took full control in the reverse cowgirl position. I could see his dick from below as it entered my pussy, turning me on even more. "This must be what it's like for a man," Gemma said in my mind. Finally, I decided to twirl around, still on top but in a normal position. I began to ride him slowly, my orgasm on the edge, ready to push me over for the third time tonight. I moved my hips up and down as my pussy slid on his shaft. I knew I was close, and with only seconds to spare, I bent down to the crease of his neck, licking where his mating mark would be, his groans making me want to do it even more. I slightly bite with my normal teeth, testing the waters. "Do it," his voice begged me. I pulled Gemma forward enough so that her teeth would emerge from my own. When she was at my forefront, I bit down hard, marking him as mine for the first time, licking the bleeding wound to seal it. He groaned out as his body shook beneath me, a warm liquid blasting inside of me, which made me ride a little harder than before. "Make me yours," I finally said, giving him full permission to make me his mate once again. "I need you to say it, Tegan. I won't until I hear the words. Remark me, Ezra." His teeth immediately sunk into my flesh once again, sending my body into its final orgasm. Once we both caught our breath, I slid off the top of him, his dick falling limp. "Holy shit," was all I could say. I was thinking those exact words. Ezra said next to me. I turned on my side to look at him, He had his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling with every breath. "Ezra," I said, finding the courage within me to speak. His eyes opened before he turned to his side to look at me too. "Yes, Tegan," he asked, his eyes searching mine. "I love you." I finally said the words I've been hiding from for so long. A smile formed across his face. "I love you too, more than you know," he said, pulling my body flush against his. The electric shocks gliding across my skin in full force, not like those mini waves of our half-broken bond, but the waves one feels from their mate after they've officially fully marked and mated, making Gemma purr in my head like a cat. Ezra's eyelids closed once again as soft snores immediately left his mouth, making me jealous of how fast he could fall asleep. "Merry Christmas, Ez," I said before placing a soft kiss on his head, snuggling into his arms and closing my eyes, hoping to also drift off to sleep. My eyes opened to the familiar darkness. I named this awful place my dreamscape. It's a dream I can't seem to escape no matter what I do, almost like I had to see it through, but there was something else. I looked down her hand on my own, terrified of what I might see, but I followed anyway to see Ezra standing next to me. "What are you doing in here?" I asked, now terrified that the demon lord could kill us both, leaving Elias without parents. "I've been here before," he said as he let go of my hand. "How? When?" I asked, confused. I thought this was only something I could do. "When I saw the extractor torturing Lydia," he said, closing his eyes, ashamed. "Lydia?" I asked, thinking back to when I flipped out over him having a dream about her. Were they related? What did he want from Lydia? The extractor said she knew something the demon lord needed and he would get it. "So we have no idea what the information is?" I asked as he shook his head no. "So we have more questions than answers." "Fabulous," I breathed out, sitting on the black ground. "He tricked Aiden. He was the one who hunted Lydia down, giving her over thinking he would be rewarded a pack." "How do you know that?" "Another dream?" "No, Aiden told me before I killed him last night." "And you didn't think to tell me?" I asked, now annoyed. "There's more," he said, looking to his feet as he sat beside me. "Aiden said the demon lord would come when the last leaf fell." "When the last leaf fell?" I asked, looking at him confused. "I assumed that meant next autumn. Why didn't you tell me, Ez?" "Because it's Christmas, your first real Christmas. I figured the new information wouldn't change anything and could wait a day, so you could be happy one more day," he said before letting out a sigh. I could understand what he meant, but with the idea of the demon lord coming, there was no rest for my brain, even on a good day. But here we are, sucked into this vortex of a dream, waiting for whatever it was it wanted us to see, I said, looking around. "Yeah, I didn't take into account that even in your sleep something could make your day go from good to bad," he said, defeated. "I feel like I can't protect you," he then admitted. "I just need you to protect Elias. Don't worry about me. I will die before I ever let something bad happen to either of you," he said, making my heart thump harder. Suddenly screams echoed in the darkness, telling us the dreamscape was ready for us. "Ready to find out what it wants to show?" I asked, standing from the ground. "Even if I wasn't, it's ready for us," he replied, looking in the direction of the scream. Ezra's P.O.V. I awoke to the sun rays of Christmas morning beaming down on my face. As soon as I opened my eyes, Tegan was already sitting up in the bed, her face deep in thought. "Morning," I said, startling her momentarily. "Sorry, I'm still a little jumpy from last night," she said as her eyes connected with mine. "I know what you mean. I didn't get much real sleep after witnessing what that man did. I'm all for little torture for information, but he went beyond anything I would have dared to do," I admitted, thinking back on what we saw together. "So that was your dream that night?" she asked in a serious tone. "Not exactly. My dream stopped right before this one began. I didn't see any of those horrific actions. I only saw him beginning before I woke up." "You should have told me," she said almost pleadingly. "I tried multiple times. I'm sorry, I should have listened. I shouldn't have acted like such an entitled child. Why would you ever forgive me for being so damn rude all this time? Because you're my mate, my wife, and my queen all wrapped in one. Plus, everyone deserves a second chance, I said with a small smile. I wished I was as forgiving as you, she said with a sigh. Hey, you are in your own way, I said as I brought her face to look at me. Plus, my strongest qualities are your weakest, whereas my weakest are your strongest. Combined, we balance each other. That allows us to be level-headed and make the best decisions as a team. A smile spread across her face at my words. So Lydia for sure is dead, she then said. Well, as far as that dream went, it appeared so, but truth be told, anything is possible. He skinned her flesh right off her face, she said in a distraught tone. Doesn't necessarily mean she is dead. I've heard of more gruesome acts and the victim survived, I admitted, thinking back on another case not long ago. Okay, if that didn't kill her, then surely him cutting into her skull and messing with her brain did. My money is on that she is dead, but neurologists do brain surgeries all the time with surviving patients. We can't be certain he was cutting her to kill her. Not that her being alive is a threat to us, but her knowledge for whatever he was seeking could be. I replied, trying to keep the benefit of the doubt open. I hate that these stupid dreams don't give us more information. Why make us watch something so horrendous just to cut it off? We need the entire story, not just bits of it, she said, plopping back onto the bed with a sigh. Let's just focus on what we do know. I am sure we will have plenty more dreams to come in the future, but as of now we know when he plans on coming and what he wants. We just don't know why he wants him or if he is lying, she retorted back. Which means we must be prepared for an attack at any given moment, but hope we have the 9 to 10 months, I replied while getting out of bed. Where are you going? It's 6:30 a.m. To get our son, it's his first Christmas, I said enthusiastically. Oh right, sorry, Christmas just doesn't get me going like it does you, she said as she got up too. I know, but I want to change that. I want our son to be joyful every Christmas morning with happiness. I never want him to feel like you did growing up. Hoping my honest words don't upset her or trigger bad memories. You're right, you're absolutely right, let's go get our son. I have a big Christmas tree set up in the foyer with gifts for everyone under it. Everyone, she asked, confused. Of course. I mean, the workers get a Christmas bonus which I give on Christmas Day, but our family and closest friends get one gift each. Besides Elias, he'll obviously get a lot, I said with a chuckle. I didn't get not one person a gift, she said in a sorrowful tone. I know, which is why they are addressed from Elias, you and I. I can't take any credit for your kind heart, she said sternly. You didn't have to, I replied as I pulled some clothes on. I need to go get dressed. I didn't exactly bring clothing articles with me when I came over last night. Go on, go get dressed. It's time to celebrate with our loved ones. Once Tegan was dressed, we headed straight downstairs. I had already mind-linked everyone to meet us in the foyer. Upon entering, many had already gathered. I pulled out my folder containing all the employees' bonuses. I could see the twinkle of excitement lingering in some of their eyes. After I handed them their checks, they thanked us before leaving. Once the employees were all gone, it left just Tegan, me, and our closest friends and family. Merry Christmas, everyone, I screamed out. I got everyone one gift each, so please feel free to find it under the tree, I said in a joyful tone. Like children let loose in a candy store, bodies were running around trying to find their gift. I looked over to see Tegan smiling from ear to ear holding Elias. Don't worry, buddy, when they've all found their gifts we will get to you, I said as Tegan handed a smiling infant over. Hey, I have to go find Imogen, she isn't here, she said looking amongst the crowd. Shit, we forgot to check on her last night, I said, making Tegan's smile disappear. Yeah, I'll be back, okay. Elias won't start without you, don't worry, I replied as she smiled, then quietly left the chaos. So, she forgave you? I heard my mother's melodic voice ask beside me. What makes you think that? Well, for starters, that bright red new mark on your neck, she said, making me smile. I touched my neck, which also made her smile. So, all you needed was a big project to pull you together and have a kid-free night, she then said cheerfully. Go find your gift, mother, I replied, ignoring the conversation. And get pulled into that vulture mess? No thanks, I will wait until the crazies have found theirs first, she said, walking away to sit on a nearby sofa. My favorite part about Christmas was never the receiving of gifts. It was always watching the faces of those around me light up when they get one themselves. I was lost in the moment when a soft cough sounded out next to me. I looked over to see Helena standing there. "Will Tegan be coming?" she asked, concerned. "She ran upstairs to get Imogen. She'll be back soon," I replied just as Tegan entered, dragging a not-so-willing Imogen behind. "If I have to, so do you," she hollered out, tugging Imogen's arm. Tegan's P.O.V. I still was unsure how I felt about this holiday. Everyone looked so happy running around looking for their gifts. I didn't want to be a Debbie Downer though. Ezra was right, my son should be as happy as all these adults were. He should always see the good parts, the parts I never saw myself. I'm glad Ezra was here to guide us. Without him, Elias wouldn't ever have known the real meaning of Christmas happiness. I watched as the adults scurried around, suddenly remembering what a terrible friend I was. I never went and checked on Imogen last night. I quickly scanned the room to only be disappointed when her smiling face wasn't amongst them. Ezra could sense my discomfort before I even had to say it, but he understood nonetheless. After I left the Christmas chaos, I went straight to her wing. I knocked a couple of times, but to my dismay, no response. She may not be able to talk anymore, but I knew she could hear. I knocked again, but nothing. I giggled at the door only to be disappointed with it being locked from the inside. A sense of urgency overpowered my every thought. At this point, I could care less about privacy. I was getting in there. I used my powers to manipulate the elements to unlock the door. Once the handle would turn, I busted in like a cop, expecting to find the worst. However, she was only in her bed. Tissues littered all over her room, with a huge box of pizza laying right in front of her and a sad romantic movie playing in the background. "Come on, Imogen, you can't do this to yourself," I said, walking over to her bed, climbing in beside her. Her puffy red eyes told me she had been up all night crying, possibly rewatching this movie on repeat. "I don't know what to do. How do I reject him?" she signed as more tears came down her already swollen face. "Why do you have to?" I asked, still not knowing her reasoning or even who it was. "He was a part of who killed my family," she signed, making my heart stop in its tracks. "Who is it?" I asked, concerned for her safety. Her eyes cut back to me before grabbing another tissue and blowing her nose, ignoring my question just as she had done previously. "I can't help protect you if I don't know who it's from," I said, hoping she'd give me something, anything to go off of. Her silence was very clear that she had no intentions on spilling his identity. "Fine, don't tell me, but you can't sit in here wallowing in depression. You need to get out there and show him you don't care, being the badass I know you to be," I said as I started dragging her off the bed. "First you need to shower, stop crying, and then get dressed. It is Christmas. It's a time of celebration, not depression. Now come on, stinky ass, get up," I said, grabbing her arm again. "I don't stink, plus you don't even believe in the cheerful spirit of Christmas, so why should I?" she signed as she slid out the bed. "Because your godson needs his Auntie Imogen there cheering him on so he can have a happy Christmas experience. One we didn't get to have," I said as I shoved her to the bathroom. "Fine, but I am only doing this for him, not you," she signed before slamming the door. "That's all I'm asking for," I screamed while turning back to her nasty room. First, I turned off the depressing ass movie she was playing before grabbing her trash bin. I started picking up her tissues and clearing off her bed. "Gross," Gemma said in my mind. I ignored her, not really caring. I could wash my hands. "That one has bodily fluids," she then hollered while gagging in my mind. "Our son has literally shit on us. Hell, our mate pissed on us," I said back, laughing. I grabbed the snotty tissue before discarding it. By the time Imogen was done, so was I. Imogen quickly dressed before looking over at me. "Ready?" I asked while taking her hand in my own. She shook her head no. "Well, too damn bad," I said with a giggle before pulling her out the room. Once we were near the foyer, she stopped in her tracks. I stopped also as I looked back at her. She had a face mirroring someone terrified. "I can't do it, T. I can smell him. He is near," she then signed. "The only way to conquer fear is by facing it," I said, taking her hand back to mine. I think you should find out why before you reject him, I then said. She had every right to reject someone for murdering her family, but I now had a new outlook on things, to allow others the chance to explain things before acting irrationally. When we walked in, the chaos was still in full swing. She started tugging away, but I only tightened my hold. I won't let him hurt you, I said, trying to get her to follow me. If I have to, so do you, I said louder than I was expecting. I doubt he will be in here anyways. This gathering is for only close friends and family, no outsiders, I said, now facing her. That's just the problem, she replied, her heart now pounding in her chest. Elias is ready, Ezra said as he walked over. Everything okay? Let's get this started, I replied instead, not really knowing how to answer that. Was she okay? She was in a sense, but also she was hurting and confused. However, it wasn't my place to announce her feelings. All right, now that everyone has had the chance to get their gift, let's all take pride in watching our future little king enjoy his very first Christmas as he opens up his. Ezra announced, bringing silence to the chaos. Ezra sat on the floor holding Elias as they opened gifts hand in hand, Elias's little face shining with happiness with each and every gift they opened, one catching my eye the most. Is that what I think it is? I asked, leaving Imogen to join them on the ground. His own very Mr. Cuddles from Mommy and Daddy, Ezra said, smiling. I had its foot engraved too, he said, handing over the stuffed bear that looks so much like my own. The foot reads, sleep tight each night, Mommy and Daddy love you, Ellie. It's perfect, I said, pulling Ezra in for a passionate kiss, surprising many. Those who didn't see it yesterday had no idea, so this sort of affection was a total surprise. Merry Christmas tea, Helena said, handing me half a cookie, which made me smile, cherishing our own Christmas tradition. A sudden burst of hollering alerting us all. Please, Imogen, let me explain. I'm your mate, please. The person screaming took me by total surprise. He was her mate, Tegan's P.O. The room was deadly silent. He is the one? I asked, walking to her side. Thinking back on when I first arrived. When Imogen found out who my pack was, she looked absolutely terrified. I never pushed for answers, maybe I should have, but everyone is entitled to their secrets. Her eyes cut over to me before cutting back over to Frederick as he neared. Frederick, stop walking this direction, I said, sticking my hand up. Can't you see she is fucking terrified of you? I yelled at my idiot brother. She hasn't let me explain anything. She has taken every opportunity to avoid me, he said, reminding me of myself for a moment. But this was different. I didn't blame her for this. I looked around the room at the peering eyes. Let's go somewhere more private. I just want to explain. I said somewhere private. I yelled at my pestering brother. Ezra, we will be in the office. Enjoy the rest of the gathering. I have to get this corrected before it festers anymore. He shook his head before diverting everyone back to their own business. I put my hand on the small of Imogen's back, leading her out first while remaining between them. I knew Frederick wouldn't hurt her, but she was absolutely terrified, and I promised her I wouldn't let her mate hurt her. I meant every word, physically or emotionally. I wouldn't allow it. Not that I could guard her emotions, but I damn sure would try. Sit here, I said to Frederick, pulling out a chair before guiding Imogen to the very end of the long table, giving her plenty of space to breathe. Imogen, please hear me out before you do what I know you're going to do, Frederick pleaded. Her eyes cut to me as if asking me to speak for her, but I only shook my head. Explain, then go on, she signed. Frederick's eyes then shot to me before coming back to Imogen. You can't talk, she can't talk. Frederick said, more to himself than to us. Was she born like you, he asked, looking at me. I looked at Imogen and signed if she wanted me to tell him or not. She looked unsure for a moment before finally agreeing. She lost her voice when I came to the pack. She had her throat slashed open, and it initially killed her. His eyes bulged out his skull as he jumped up from his seat, looking more terrified than I had ever seen before. The moon goddess allowed her to come back, but her vocal cords were cut and could not be repaired, so she can hear but she no longer can talk, I said, finishing my sentence. Frederick's eyes scanned her before looking back at me. Who did this? He asked, anger rolling off his tongue. I'm not even sure she is alive anymore, I said with a shrug. Who was it, Tegan? He asked impatiently. Imogen signed the letter. Frederick repeated after. They went on signing and saying the letters until she fully signed out her name. Now put all the letters together, I said to Frederick as they got to the last letter. Dia, it was Lydia, he raged, making Imogen jump in fright. And here I am wanting to take over her pack. The pack that may or may not be just like the damn cunt, he said in disbelief, more so to himself as he sat down in a huff. Frederick, explain what you need to, she is waiting. His eyes cut up to us as they filled with fear. Okay, but please listen to it all before you make any judgment calls, he said, Imogen nodding her head, but her hand tightened in mine. What happened wasn't supposed to go down. We were on a mission to extract someone, apparently someone that father really needed or wanted. When we were there, we were on strict orders to get in and get out. It was a stupid-ass mission when you're sent in with only one person knowing the target. I remember walking through the lands and Darian yelling out, I found the bitch, let's go. None of us questioned him. We turned to get out of there as quickly as we would. When we reached the border, a wind howled so loudly I thought we would be swept away by the earth. Dirt flew everywhere. It was like we were blindly walking through a sandstorm. Howls sounded out and our men started getting pulled into the sandstorm, quickly disappearing. I was no more than 14 or 15 years old, scared and just trying to stay alive. Darian hollered we needed to make it out, but she didn't need to. He sliced the woman's throat. The sandstorm slowly began to dwindle down. He then grabbed my arm, darting for the tree line. Very few of us remained as we tried to escape. I could hear feet pounding behind us before this lady appeared. A witch saying she could help. I didn't even know what it meant to take her help at the time, but we were desperate. When we took her hand, she snapped her fingers, everyone running at us, dropping dead in an instant. She then brought us home. Upon arrival, she told father, you owe me now, one tribal wolf for another, and that was it. Who was the target? I asked, connecting the dots. Some woman. I never understood why he wanted to trade her. The witch said if he brought her that one, his wolf could live. We had no idea what she even meant by tribal wolf, but we failed nonetheless. We didn't extract her, so father owed a debt. Then when you left for the kingdom, the witch came back more angry than ever. He apparently crossed her. The debt he owed, he didn't pay, Frederick said, looking at me. Me, I said, closing my eyes at the realization. She told him he now worked for her and his debt will be paid in one way or another. But father hated me. Why wouldn't he just give me to her? Because the kingdom offered money. The witch didn't offer a thing, only demanded. Plus he was so sure you weren't a tribal wolf. Who was the lady, Fred, the one you all were sent to extract? Her name was Emilia, that's all I know. He replied before looking at Imogen. If your family was among the wolves, I am so sorry. It wasn't supposed to go down like that. Nobody was supposed to die. Her eyes were full of unshed tears. She watched him, looking to see if he was telling the truth, his face never wavering. I didn't kill anyone, he then said in a begging voice. No, you signed their death certificates, she signed, his face contorting to confusion. He had no way of knowing she would do that. I said, looking at her, hoping she understood that. Imogen, who was Emilia? I finally asked. My mother, she signed as tears flooded down her face. I looked at her stunned while Frederick's face appeared as if he would pass out. Your mom was a tribal wolf? I asked. Her face, however, told me she had no idea. No, my mom was normal, she signed. The witch wanted your mom. The gene is passed down to the females. I thought I was the only one left, I said, amazed. No, if that were true, the witch would be after me too, she signed. Unless she didn't know you existed, how did you make it out alive when your pack didn't? I was more concerned. My mom gave me a drink and said to hide and it would be over soon. When I woke up, there was nobody left. I had nowhere to go, but Mama left me a paper with instructions. I followed her instructions, which led me here. The drink shielded you, protected you. Helga had no idea you existed, I responded happily. Then why didn't she drink it and shield herself? Imogen asked, tears flowing down her face. Because it was too late and she knew it, just like my mom did. Helena shielded my gifts for so long, but I'm confused why your powers haven't emerged yet. The potion should have worn off long ago. I know the ingredients. I've drank it all my life. When my mom died, she left it for me on the paper saying to never miss a day without my special tea, or what came for her will come for me. Her face finally registered the meaning of what was going on. No wonder the moon goddess sent you back. She wasn't done with you, I said in amazement. But I am only an omega. I am nobody special. Imogen signed before looking at her feet. I used my free hand to tilt her head up to face me. You have always been special. Even without knowing this, you were special. You have courage and strength. You are loving and kind even when you try not to be. You are so much more than a title. You are a tribal wolf. You're like me, I said, smiling ear to ear. I'm so sorry, Frederick said, sounding more broken than I had ever heard before. I don't deserve your forgiveness. I may not have been the one to kill you, Mom or Pack, but I was there. I shouldn't have trusted that witch. I was scared and it doesn't matter, I deserve the rejection, he said, never looking from his feet. I looked over at Imogen. Without saying a word, I signed this time. You have every right to feel the way you do, and you have every right to reject him. But before you do, put yourself in his shoes. 14 or 15 years old on your first mission. Your brother just killed the one thing that you were sent to extract for your overbearing father without any knowledge as to why, nor did you know if you would make back from this mission. Then someone offers a glimmer of hope that you can make it out alive. What would you do? She appeared deep in thought, trying to process all I had said. She closed her eyes and her body relaxed as if she was giving in to her deepest desires. She then opened her eyes, slamming her hand down on the table, making Frederick look up at the sudden sound. Will you translate? She then signed to me. I immediately nodded my head yes in response. She says that she will give you a chance, but don't expect to mate. She will allow you the chance to let her get to know you, but if she still chooses that rejection is best after 1 month, then you will accept her rejection with no fight. I said, relaying everything Imogen is signing. Deal? She also says that you must learn sign language, I said with a chuckle. 1 month, that's all I need, he quickly responded. Good, that's all you get, she signed. It's enough, he said, never breaking eye contact, which surprised her. My phone buzzing in my pocket grabbed my attention. I pulled it out, seeing the name I hadn't expected to pop across the screen. Oh, by the way, he knows a little sign. Maybe you can help him get better, I said, standing up. I have something I need to take care of, if you'll excuse me, I said before leaving them alone to finalize their differences. I walked out, sliding over the button to answer the call. I thought we weren't supposed to be talking over the phone. Something about little ears everywhere, I asked. This is a little time sensitive, it couldn't wait. Did you locate her? Oh, I found her, that isn't the issue. Then what is? I asked, now worried. The person who has her, she said, making me freeze. Who he does, she said. Are you talking about who I think you're talking about? The very one? Fuck, this bastard has been 1 step ahead of me this entire damn time. I needed her, goddess, I fucking needed her. Shit, they know I am here, I gotta go, she hollered as screaming sounded out in the background. I listened longer since the line had yet to disconnect when suddenly the phone went static before a dark voice spoke. I have your little friend, his wicked voice sounded out over the line. Let her go, I screamed. You'd like that, wouldn't you, for me to hand over your little spy? She wasn't there to spy, she was only tracking. Helga, I know, but she found me instead. The look of disappointment was evident. Don't hurt her, I begged shamelessly. I had no intentions of such. Well, that is if you give me something in return. You can't have my son, I screamed. Oh no, he isn't ready for me. I want something else, at least for now. What do you mean he isn't ready? Why do you want my son? I asked, avoiding his other statement. Let's just say when the time is right, he will be the one that grants everyone passage. You're the demon lord, so by everyone do you mean the underworld? Oh dear, we've been through so much together already. Please call me Iblis, I insist. His foul voice coming out low and scary. How will my son help the passage of the underworld? I have a riddle for you. When the dead rise, the living will fall. You look around, but there is no cure for it all. Look a little deeper into the master's mind. You've got the key, but what all will he try? What do you want, Iblis? I said, ignoring his riddle. How about a witch for a witch? Give me Helena and you can have her, he said with a dark chuckle. Not happening. Then you've made your bed, now you must lay in it, his unholy voice said before the line disconnected. Why does he need both Arthron's sisters, and what the hell did his riddle mean? Ezra's P.O.V. I walked up to Tegan as she was taking the phone away from her ear. A look of shock plastered across her face. What's going on? Did y'all get everything sorted out? She turned to look at me confused, crossing her features before registering what I was referring to. I think so, at least they have an agreement. That's good news though, right? I asked. Yeah, good for them, she said as if she were in a daze. If that's not what you're stressing over, then what is? I just talked to the demon lord. In a vision? No, over the phone, she said while shaking the phone in her hand. How did he get your number? What did he want? Her eyes looked up to me before a single tear escaped. Please don't be mad. Her voice shook. I could tell she was on the verge of breaking down. Why would I be mad? I asked as I lifted her face to look back at me. I sent Cass on a private mission to find Helga, did she? I asked while Tegan was shaking her head yes. Okay, what's the verdict? The demon lord has Helga. Before I could tell Cass to get out, he got her too. Her words instantly registered in my head. He has Cass. He said he would trade her for someone else. Who does he want? He wants me, Helena then said as she approached. I thought he wanted Elias, I responded confused. He does, but not until after he is one. He is useless to him until he comes into his gifts. Helena said, surprising us. What do you mean? Tribal wolves come into their gifts at 1 year of age. Until then they are normal beings like humans, Helena responded. Makes sense why he said he wouldn't come for another 9 to 10 months, Tegan murmured. Do you know why he wants Elias in particular? I asked, hoping she had some hidden information. Until now, I thought any tribal wolf would have been sufficient. He gave a riddle on the phone. Tegan quickly interrupted. He loves riddles. What did he say? She asked, intrigued. Tegan told us word for word what he had told her. After she was done, we sat there looking at Helena, waiting for her to respond. When the dead rise, Helena repeated before drifting off into deep thought. You've got the key, but what will he try? She then repeated another part. That's what he said, Tegan replied. What else did he say? Did he give any hints to what his riddle could be referencing? Helena asked, making eye contact with Tegan. We talked briefly about Elias. Okay, good. What did he say exactly? He said, let's just say when the time is right, he will be the one that grants everyone passage, but that didn't quite make sense. Tegan responded while Helena drifted back off into her thoughts. The dead will rise. Helena then repeated the same part of the riddle again. Yeah, Tegan replied. You've got the key, Helena said again. But what all will he try? Tegan finished the riddle for her. Right, but think about it. He said Elias will be the one to grant the passage. Then in his riddle he said the dead will rise, which leads me to think the passage is in reference to the dead rising. But what does that have to do with Elias? I asked, joining the conversation. What do you have that he doesn't? She then asked, looking at me. Elias, I swiftly responded. Correct, so that leads me to believe he is referring to himself when he says what all will he try? Meaning, what all will he do to get what you have? What about the key part? Tegan asked as all the puzzle pieces started to click. I believe that Iblis is referring to Elias as the key. If I'm not mistaken, Iblis is stating that Elias is the key to letting the underworld out, giving them passage to rise above ground, which is what he wants more than anything. Who is Iblis? I asked, confused. That is the demon lord's real name, Tegan responded instead. Okay, so how would Iblis possibly know that Elias is the key? I asked next, looking at Helena. I have been doing my own research, looking into the ritual, trying to figure out why Helga was so hell-bent on finding tribal wolves for him. It was because he wasn't sure which tribal wolf he needed. So he was offering promises to anyone who brought in any tribal wolf at all. I believe Iblis thinks that Elias must be the one because of what the legend states. And what does the legend state? I asked. It states that a rightful born leader will be the rite of passage. I believe he thinks that since Elias is next in line to rule the kingdom, he is whom he has been seeking all these years. Helena said, looking between Tegan and me. How long have you known this? Tegan asked. I could tell she was becoming angry at important information possibly being withheld. I just received it, which was why I was coming to find you. I have been waiting for an old friend to get in contact with me. They were reluctant to help due to the legend possibly being a prophecy and not a legend at all. They would rather cower away until it was all over, but I finally convinced them that this was for the greater good, because without this vital information, the entire world is doomed. And unfortunately, I needed them because only very few warlocks and witches can get access to this information. And how do we stop it? Tegan asked. We can't. According to the prophecy, he will come and the gates of hell will open. Then how the hell is this supposed to help us? Tegan asked angrily. It doesn't, but it mentions the most powerful sister witches and the two powerful tribal wolves coming together to close said gates before complete chaos erupts. Sister witches? I asked, looking between Helena and Tegan. That's why he wanted you, because it's referring to the Arthron sisters. He already has one. If he had both, he could stop us from stopping him. Tegan responded, looking at Helena. He is playing a game with a poker face, acting like he has the upper hand. But he doesn't. You do. You have one of the sister witches, me. You also have the key, Elias, then yourself. We can't give him what he wants, she said, looking at Tegan. So 2 sister witches and 2 tribal wolves will close the gates? I asked. Yes, and we have 1 sister witch, 1 tribal wolf and the key, Helena replied. Actually, we have a total of 3 tribal wolves. All we lack is the other sister witch, Tegan said, making us snap our heads in her direction. Who is the other tribal wolf? We both asked Tegan in unison. Tegan's P.O. They both were staring at me, waiting for an answer. I can't be certain, but from what I am gathering, it's Imogen, I said, making both of their faces turn up in confusion. But Imogen is an Omega, Ezra replied, as if that mattered. Helga has searched high and low. There is no way she would miss one. Helena then responded next. Imogen lost her mother a while back, but before she did, her mother shielded her like you did with me. Shielded her so well that nobody knew she even had a child. After her mother passed, she must have come into her powers. There is no way she has gone all this time undetected. Helena swiftly responded. Unless she continued to shield herself. The last thing Imogen's mother left for her were instructions on how to make a special drink so that her fate did not end the same as her mom's did. Imogen took those words to heart and has religiously drank it daily, never missing one drop. And how did you come to know this knowledge? Ezra asked, curiously. Frederick revealed what she was so afraid of and the pieces just fell into place. So we don't actually know if she is a tribal wolf, Helena asked next. I mean, technically no, but it all fits and makes sense. I thought Elias and I were the last of our kind until today. None of this makes sense. There is no way Helga missed something like this. She knew of all daughters born to every tribal wolf known, Helena more so said to herself. Unless she was completely hidden away from the world. I then said, making her look at me. What if Helga didn't know because her pregnancy and Imogen's birth was in secret? I said next. There is nothing that could hide that, except for, Helena began to say as she drifted off. Except for what? The darkest magic, magic even Helga wouldn't dare touch. Helena then said, looking back at me, who are her parents? She then asked in a more serious tone. She said her mother's name was Emilia. She didn't mention a father, I replied. Emilia what? She asked. I don't know, I replied, feeling awful at not knowing Imogen's mother's full name. Is Imogen pure blood? She then asked, taking me by surprise. As far as I know, there just has to be more to it. I don't understand how she was hidden from everyone, she said, her face looking as if she were deep in thought. We could always ask, I responded with a shrug, take me to her. Helena then said, the urgency in her voice is urgent, right? Follow me. I said, leading them to where I had left Imogen and Frederick. However, when entering they were nowhere to be found. I left them here, I said, not really knowing where to look next. Mind link her, this is important, Helena responded in a rushed voice. I quickly mind linked her with a sudden urgency washing over me. Hey, where are you? I asked, hoping she could respond, unsure how that all worked for her. Walking in the garden, do you need me? Her swift mindlink came through. Relief washed over me that she could respond in mindlink even though she can no longer speak outwardly. We will meet you there. I am so glad you can respond. I wasn't sure how this mindlinking would work for you, I replied. I hadn't even tried to mindlink, so it's a relief to know I still somewhat have a voice. She responded, followed by a giggle. We are heading your way, don't move, I then responded. Who exactly are we? Am I in trouble? She asked. A hint of concern was in her voice. Don't worry, just Ezra, Helena, and I. Be there in a minute, don't move, I said before cutting the link. She is in the flower garden, let's go, I said while walking in the direction. Once we reached the flower garden, we made our way down the path until both figures of Imogen and Frederick came into view. What is your mother's full name? Helena asked, jumping right into questioning before even saying hello. Imogen spelled with her hands before signing Y. I don't know anyone by that name, Helena more so said to herself. Well, you can't expect you to know everybody's name in the world, I replied, confused. No, but I knew all the tribal wolves' names down to their heirs. I don't know anyone by the name of Amelia Morrison, she said, looking at me then to Imogen. I told you she kept Imogen a secret, I replied, irritated. Right, maybe one just slipped through the cracks of your list, Ezra said, finally joining the conversation. Maybe, she murmured before looking back at Imogen. Who is your father? She asked. His name was Augusto Morrison. He died in a rogue attack when I was a young child. Imogen sighed with confusion lingering in her eyes. I just cannot believe one could remain completely unknown. Your mother knew some powerful beings to keep you hidden, Helena said next. I'd like to think my mother took extra steps for my safety. Imogen sighed with a smile on her face. And you're a pure-blood wolf? Helena asked before sniffing Imogen. Helena, stop that, I quickly hollered. I'm sorry, I'm just intrigued, she said, looking between Imogen and I. I am, yes, Imogen sighed, looking back at us. Well, first we need to get you off that potion so we can see if you really are a tribal wolf. If you are, you and Tegan will need to immediately start intense training so we have a fighting chance. If you are, we need to get Helga on our side. It's the only way we stand a chance at closing the gates once they are opened, Helena said, making Imogen bite her lip with uncertainty. There is no more hiding. We will be in a full-blown war soon. We need all the power we can get if we want to stop him. How do we even get to her if Iblis already has her in his possession? You need to use your gifts, get into her mind. She needs to know what he has promised will be non-existent if the underworld takes over this one. Why would she believe me? I asked curiously. Because if she doesn't, we are truly fucked, Helena said in a serious tone. I haven't figured out how to get into the minds of others, it just sort of happens, I admitted with a hint of sorrow in my voice. Figure it out? We have for sure 9 months before he comes, which means we have at least 9 months to convince my vindictive evil sister that she is on the wrong side. Helena responded as she turned to walk away. That doesn't sound easy, I said, making her stop in her tracks. It won't be, but it's the only chance we have, she responded before she continued to walk away. Tegan's POV. It took Imogen longer to come off of her potion than it took me. Helena wasn't wrong. Her mom had to have friends in high places that were willing to help. It was definitely stronger than what Helena had given me. For a moment there, I started to think my theory of her also being a tribal wolf was wrong. However, after a little over a month, she began to show signs of being gifted, just like me. A lot had happened within that month aside from Imogen coming into her own powers. I had finally decided Frederick was the best choice to take over the Silverline pack. Since the decision was made, he moved there and has been working on adjusting to taking on his new role. He still kept up with his promise of proving to Imogen that he wanted to be her mate. He went above and beyond to show that he was sorry for being one of the causes of her pack's destruction. Although his efforts meant a lot, she decided with the new life she was coming into that she would remain living in the kingdom with me. It was for the best for now, especially with Helga and Iblis still hunting other possible tribal wolves. Of course, that has Frederick on edge with the new reality that his mate will no longer be safe and he isn't able to protect her himself. However, at this very moment, the safest place for her was with me, not him. I know he would give his life for her, but in the end he was weaker, and until this war was over, it was better that she resided in the kingdom. I believe Frederick ultimately understands her predicament and is being very patient with her as she adjusts to her new life. Surely she had to know deep inside that she was special, especially if her mother insisted that she drank the potion every day or she would succumb to the same fate as she did. Why else would she need to drink a potion if she weren't hiding being special? But nonetheless, I knew what it was like to learn something new about yourself. At least she had me to help guide her, whereas I was alone with discovering my true identity. Ready to start? Tanner asked, taking me out of my never-ending thoughts. Yeah, is Imogen? I asked, looking over to where Imogen stood terrified. She is still scared, but we have to break her out of that, Tanner said, looking in the same direction. How about let's take it slow? I spoke while looking directly at her. Her powers were manifesting and she had little to no control, which terrified her. So far she has the ability to manipulate fire and earth, but nothing else had shown itself. From what I understood, having 2 gifts as a tribal wolf was the most common. Which would you like to learn to control first? I asked while taking her shaking hands into my own. Fire. I caught my bedroom curtains on fire last night and panicked when I couldn't stop it. The fire just kept blazing. I had to rush to the balcony and put my hands in the snow for it to stop. She sighed while a small flame sparked in her hand. It gets easier, I promise, I said as I iced her hands to neutralize the flame, says the one who can put out her own flames. Hey, this is all new to you, don't beat yourself up. You didn't see me when I first started, it was wild, I responded, trying to encourage her to look at the bright side. Yeah, we had to keep a fire extinguisher close at all times, Tanner added while laughing. His joke seemed to lighten Imogen's mood just a little. So first thing first, your emotions are the source of your powers. When you're upset, that's when the powers can be hard to control. You have to learn to be even-tempered to be able to control the manifesting powers. I said as if I was a pro, knowing I was still learning to control them myself. My emotions haven't been exactly in check since meeting your brother, she sighed with a disappointed face. Which is why we are going to work on that today. We will meditate, I said as I plopped down on the ground. What does this do for you? She sighed as she sat down in front of me. Just helps you get in touch with your inner self. It can give you a sense of calmness and balance, which is supposed to be good for your emotional well-being. It is also supposed to help you cope with stress, which you've come into a lot recently. So what do I do? She asked. First sit crisscross, then close your eyes. Inhale through your nose while exhaling out your mouth. Feel your breath. The idea is to focus on your breathing, so when you inhale, repeat the words to yourself. Do the same upon exhaling. Your mind will begin to wander a bit, and that's okay. Just be kind to your wandering mind. Our goal is to relax our mind and body, so try to focus on that. Okay. She closed her eyes and began to take deep breaths inward while exhaling softly. After a little bit of time, I opened my eyes to look at her. She had a scrunched-up face while looking as if she were deep in thought. I think 20 minutes is a good start. We can work on something else now if you'd like, I said, hoping to break her away from whatever she was thinking about. But she didn't open her eyes. Instead, her body fell backwards as she began to shake uncontrollably. Imogen, I screamed as I jumped up from the ground to run over and get her on her side. I had no idea she had seizures. I wasn't even sure what the proper steps were when someone was having a seizure. Panic quickly filled my body from the unknown. What's going on? Ezra quickly mind-linked me, feeling the panic in our mate bond. I, however, was too frantic to reply. Within seconds, he came barreling through the woods in his wolf form, ready for the possibility of a fight. When he saw no attackers and only me holding Imogen's body as she shook, he quickly shifted back. What's going on? He asked as he got on his knees next to me. I don't know, I said once I was finally able to get the words to form. Let's get her to Aaron, he quickly replied as he swooped up her body with ease. She was still shaking, and that began to worry me. I thought seizures only lasted seconds. This was now going on for minutes. Once we entered the hospital, Erin was already there ready to take her. "We have to get her body to stop before it affects her brain," Erin said while quickly injecting Imogen with a needle. Tegan's POV. After hours with no answers, Erin began to worry. She said if Imogen didn't wake up soon, then she would be in a coma. Her body wasn't constantly seizing, she just wasn't alert and awake. I called Frederick, but unfortunately he hadn't answered or returned my calls. They aren't mated at all, so he cannot feel what she feels. He can only sense things, and apparently this was not something he could sense. I sat at her bedside, worried that I overpushed her limitations. Maybe she was right, it was too soon. She knew she wasn't ready to train, and I pushed anyway. I held her hand tightly in mine as I began to fall asleep as nighttime approached. Suddenly her grip tightened. I quickly opened my eyes to see if she was seizing again, but to my surprise, her eyes were wide open and she was staring blankly at the wall ahead of her. "Imogen, hey, are you okay?" I asked as I quickly moved to stand in front of her. She blinked a few times before her eyes moved over to look at me. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Her face appeared frustrated before she placed her hand over her throat, closing her eyes only just a moment before opening them again. She opened her mouth to speak again, and this time a squeak came out. My heart began to rapidly pound in my chest. "She is awake, get in here." I quickly mind-linked Ezra and Erin. "Imogen, hey, I'm right here, everything is okay," I said as both Ezra and Erin quickly entered the room. Her eyes looked to Ezra before looking at Erin. She then tilted her head to the side as if studying her. "I am Dr. Erin, remember me?" Erin spoke to her as she moved closer. She picked up her stethoscope, reaching down to listen to Imogen's heart. Before she could make it to her chest, Imogen's hand quickly captured Erin's. Her eyes turned a pure red. Erin screamed out in pain while Imogen smiled a wicked smile. "Did I say you could touch me, Doc?" Her voice came out more vile than I had ever heard it, shocking everyone in the room. "Imogen, let her go," I said, making her eyes connect with me. She slowly released Erin's wrist. Once she was no longer in her grip, Erin quickly stepped backwards. A red handprint imprinted on her wrist from where Imogen grabbed, burning her. "Erin, go take care of that." "Yeah, better do what Mommy says," Imogen then replied sarcastically while Erin scurried out of the room. "Imogen, what is wrong with you? Why are you acting this way?" I asked, making her laugh hysterically. "I can suddenly speak again after the doctor said I would never speak, and your question for me is what's wrong," she said, looking between Ezra and I. "I guess I am. I've been trapped for so long. It feels good to be set free. Mommy never did like this side of me, kept me hidden away. I don't know why. I am pretty damn great if I do say so myself." Her words sent a chill down my spine. "Locked you away?" I asked, a little confused. "Imogen, what's going on?" "Dear devil, stop calling me that awful name. I never did like it. Call me Lucy," she said as she stuck her hand out in front of her face. "But your name is..." "Lucy," she said again, putting her hand down. "My name is Lucy. The service here is terrible. Can't a girl get some food or what? I'm starved," she said with a sigh. "Sure, food, I can get that," I replied, not really knowing what else to say. "Oh, and some black fingernail polish. I clearly have not been taking good care of my nails. Look at these things," she said dramatically as she stuck her unpolished hand out for me to see. "Food and black nail polish, anything else? That'll be all for now. Make sure you get me a rare juicy steak too. The bloodier the better." She surprised me once again. Imogen was mostly vegan, she rarely ate red meat. "Got it, we will be back, don't leave, okay?" I said, looking at the girl sitting in the bed fiddling with the TV remote. "Got nowhere else to be for now at least," she said with a crooked smile. Ezra and I walked out of the room in silence. When we were far enough from her, he spoke first. "What the bloody hell happened back there?" "I think we fucked up," I responded, looking over to him with terror on my face. "How?" "I don't think that potion was only meant to hide her being a tribal wolf. I think we released something more, something her mom didn't want out," I said, closing my eyes as I took in what we had just done. "So what does that mean for us?" "I don't know. I am going to go get her the food and the polish to keep her satisfied until I know exactly what we are dealing with in there. You go check on Erin, make sure she is okay. Imogen couldn't control her gifts, but this person, this version that calls herself Lucy can, and for that I don't know if she is dangerous, I said truthfully. Then you don't need to be alone with her, Ezra said in a worried tone. I am probably the only one who should be. Go check on Erin, I'll be okay. I don't like this one bit. Ezra, this isn't Imogen. Well, it is, but it's not, and whatever we released is my fault. I need to be the one to fix it. Please just do what I ask and trust me. Fine, but I refuse to be too far away. She is dangerous, I can feel it. Thank you, I only replied. I didn't want to tell him what I was truly thinking, because truth be told, I felt it too. This was a darkness that overpowered her goodness. A darkness I wasn't even sure I could control. Upon arriving back at the hospital, she was looking in the mirror at her reflection. I got the stuff you wanted, I said, entering the room. I really have let myself go. That human mind really did a number on me. I mean, look at this, she said, lifting a beautiful brown strand of hair. I think it's gorgeous. Gag, no, I do, however, like your fiery red color makes you look badass, but red isn't my color. Well, not for hair at least, you pull it off. But me, I need something that feels more like me. And this right here isn't it, she said, letting the strand fall before turning around to face me. You're scared, I can sense it. Do I scare you, queen? She asked as she approached. No, I answered truthfully. That's good to know. Can't exactly have you afraid of the real me. Her response sent another shiver down my spine. Fuck, what did I release? Once she was released from the hospital, she insisted on getting some decent clothes. I don't understand how we are the same person but so different, Lucy said as she looked through clothes on a rack at a local store. Imogen's clothes aren't that bad, I said, looking at what she was wearing. Gag, this is child's clothes. Come on, you have to agree. We are too old to be wearing whatever the hell this is, she said, pointing at the clothes she picked from Imogen's closet. I couldn't refer to her as Imogen because the Imogen I knew wasn't there, at least not right now. I wasn't sure if she had split personalities, but this version wasn't her, so it only felt right to call her by what she asked to be called, Lucy. Now this is cute, she said, holding up a crop top that looked as if it had gone through a shredder. What, you don't like it? She then asked. I must have been making a face. It's not really my style, but if you like it then that's all that matters, I responded with a shrug. Pair it with some fishnets, some short shorts, or even a cute mini skirt and some high-top boots. Eck cute, she hollered, making people around us stare. Got a staring problem, bitch? Lucy yelled out at the onlookers. I will fix that ugly fucking face of yours if you keep looking at me, she said again, but this time with her eyes shining bright red, making the girl run off. Lucy, that's hardly necessary. But it's fun, she replied while wiggling her eyebrows. Come on, don't you ever use your powers for anything other than training? She asked as she laid the clothes on the counter to check out. I don't see torture as fun, I responded honestly. I don't mean torture, I mean like pranking people or just to have a little laugh, she responded while grabbing her bag. No, I have too much on my plate to try to have fun. I have to be prepared for what's coming. Oh, right, almost forgot him, her voice came out in a joking manner. Yes, and the threat is very real, not only for my son but for the entire world. And how would you know that it's bad? I mean, other supernatural beings walk the earth that are a grave threat to humans too, she said with a shrug. We are literally talking about demons here. They're far more dangerous to this realm than a vampire. Says you, but have you ever met one? I talked to one, I said honestly. I've been in one's mind, I know how they act, how they work. So no, you just see what he wants you to see. Try meeting one and then we can discuss if they're a grave danger to this world like vampires are. She wasn't entirely wrong. I haven't met a demon to actually know if they were bad. But in my heart I knew that they couldn't be released. Demons had no flesh, they were spiritual, meaning they would have to possess humans to walk the earth. So why did Emilia keep you hidden? I asked, changing the subject. Emilia, Emily, whatever she goes by, but because I was more powerful than she was, she acted like it was to protect me, but she was just jealous. She was your mom. Yes, and she was a jealous one, she said, looking at her phone. Do you know anyone who is good in bed? She asked, randomly changing the subject as she put her phone away. Excuse me. Oh, of course you don't know anyone. You've only been with Ezra, nobody to compare him to. He could be awful in bed and you'd never even know it. He isn't bad in bed, he makes me come many times over, I responded defensively. Well, good for you, I need that in my life. I don't know why Imogen wanted to remain abstinent or whatever. But me, I need to be fucked, and I need to be fucked good, or maybe let off some built-up steam. Maybe one of these men will do me right, she said, waving flirtatiously at a group of rogues. They began to make their way over. Lucy, this is a bad idea. Frederick would lose his shit if... Frederick isn't here to please me now, is he? She interrupted just as the rogues made it over. Hey little ladies, up for some fun? One with dark eyes asked. Will danger be involved? Lucy asked while biting her lips seductively. I can make that happen for you, sweet cakes, the man replied. Lucy looked at me before looking back at the group of three men. Go home to your husband, she said, not taking her eyes away from the group of men. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone with them, I said truthfully. Her eyes briefly looked over to me before looking back to them. Don't wait up, she said before walking away, the men following closely behind her. I quickly yanked my phone out to call Frederick. After multiple calls, he finally picked up. Goddess damn it, where have you been? I screamed, making people nearby stare. I've had a lot going on. What's wrong? Why are you calling me so much? It's about Imogen, Fred, I said, not really knowing how to explain this to him. What happened? It's bad, I need you here as soon as possible. I can't explain this over the phone, but it's urgent. Please hurry, I basically begged. The line immediately disconnected. I knew he would be here quickly, so I rushed back home. Within an hour, the front door opened with a thud as Frederick stormed in. Where is she? He screamed, making the maids run off terrified. She isn't back yet, I replied with sadness in my voice. Don't come here raising your voice like that, Ezra demanded, making Frederick tone back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. The urgency of the call has me on edge. What's going on, Tegan? He asked as his eyes left Ezra to look at me. After I had explained everything, his face had the expression I was expecting. She just took off with 3 random men, he asked with a broken voice. It's not her, Fred. When she stopped taking the potion, something happened. I don't have the answers, goddess, I wished I did. You promised she'd be safe here, he said as anger began to bubble. You promised. Ezra stood between us as he let his aura seep out. Tone it down or I will make you. His voice echoed off the walls, sending shivers of pleasure down my body. You promised she'd be safe, Frederick said again, this time more broken. Nobody could have seen this coming, Fred, I said, hoping he'd understand. How do I know she isn't somewhere hurt? Me hurt, as if, Lucy's laughing voice suddenly said. We all turned to see her leaning against the wall, clothes torn up with blood splattered on her. She remained leaning against the wall as if nothing had gone down. You're bleeding, Frederick said as he crossed the room promptly. Oh, this isn't my blood, she replied with a laugh. What did you do? I asked as I moved closer. I told you I needed to be fucked or to let off some steam. I chose the latter, she said, smiling. Frederick wiped the blood from her face before sniffing it. It's only a little spilled blood, she said while laughing before speaking again. On a different note, aren't you something to look at? Why Imogen didn't jump all over you the moment she found out we were mates is beyond me. Frederick's face turned slightly red. I never expected to be attracted to a redhead, but here you stand in all your glory. Every detail of your face makes me want to ride it. Whoa, sister, standing here, I said, covering my ears. Don't act all innocent like you never fucked before. Lucy replied before looking back at Frederick. What do you say, mate? Wanna come to my room? Imogen? It's Lucy. Say it with me, Lou. Sigh, she said, interrupting Frederick. Where is Imogen? He asked, making her squint her eyes. You want to role play? I can be Imogen for you. I mean, I am her after all, or more like she is me. I just mean what happened. He asked the same thing I had already asked. Do you not like the real me? She asked while twirling in a circle. Her hair was now cut above her shoulders and dyed black. I like you regardless, but I need to know what happened, he said calmly. I'd rather fuck than talk, but if you're not going to let this go, then fine. Let's talk, mate, she replied with a hint of irritation in her voice. This is me, this is who I've always been. Imogen was a name to cover up who I am. The potion not only held back my true self, but it also shielded this part of me. The part my mother hated most. Reminded her too much of her past, I guess, not really sure, but either way this is me. Of course, the innocent part you know as Imogen is still inside, but it's only part of who I am. The bigger part of me was hidden, leaving only the part that she wanted others to see. Does that answer your questions? She said, looking between the three of us. So Imogen, I began to say before she interrupted me, was a cover name my mother gave me long ago. The cover name that really took well to the side my mother wanted others to see. Why would your mother want to hide who you really are, both name and personality? I asked next. Because she hated me, I don't know. I never really understood what was so bad. She always said it was the darkness of my father. But the poor man never seemed dark to me. Augusto Morrison, yup, from what I remembered he was never mean or in any way dark, but she insisted my darkness was from my father. And she hid the darkness for what reason? Ezra asked, finally speaking up. I may or may not have burned someone at the stake for treason. Like they did with witches in Salem? Frederick asked with a look of horror on his face. Don't look like that, they crossed my path, they wanted to let them off scot-free, they didn't deserve that, I wouldn't just kill someone unless they deserved it, she replied defensively. And the blood on your face, was it from those men? I asked. Yeah, but trust me, they deserved it, she said with a chuckle. What did they do? Frederick asked, now concerned. They didn't like that I wasn't down to fuck. I mean, I was at first, but they didn't like me picking which one, so they decided to try and gang up on me, which qualifies as a reasonable death if you ask me. Her words made Frederick growl out in anger. I wasn't sure if it was because of her saying she wanted to fuck one of them or the fact they were going to rape her. Don't be jealous, it's not like we are mated anyway, she said, rolling her eyes, but if we were. We aren't, which makes me free to fuck anyone I want, she interrupted him. Careful there, I may just fuck you and mark you so that you can't use that as an excuse, Frederick raged, making a smile creep up on her face. And here I was beginning to wonder why the moon goddess mated me to such a prude. I'm beginning to see I was very wrong, she said as her hand touched his face before trailing down his stomach. We are still here, I said, interrupting her. Right, almost forgot, not that I'm against people watching, but I guess it wouldn't be appropriate since he is your brother after all. Right, well, that is where we part ways. Have a good night, I said as I took Ezra's hand. Oh, don't worry, I plan on it, she said with a smile as she pulled Frederick into her. Try not to traumatize the staff. Go to your room, please, I hollered over my shoulder, afraid of looking back at what I might see. When we got back to our wing, Ezra pulled me into his arms. Wanna have some fun too? He asked with a hint of lust in his voice. After hearing you demand Frederick the way you did, goddess, yes, I responded as I crashed my lips against his. He scooped me up, carrying me to his room before carefully laying me on the bed. I'm going to worship your body before I ravish it, making you scream my name, he said, diving onto the bed, making me let out a loud giggle. Without missing a beat, he quickly pulled my dress up and over my head, leaving me only in my bra and panties. Go on then, I said as I lifted my hips, allowing him to pull my underwear down. His hands made their way behind me as his lip hungrily kissed my own. He snapped his fingers, unclasping my bra, freeing my breast from its hold. His mouth left mine as he traveled down, taking one nipple in while his other hand slightly pinched my other nipple. My head slammed into the pillow as a moan escaped from my lips. After a moment, he switched sides, allowing both breasts to have the pleasure that his mouth was giving. Once he was satisfied with his work, he began to kiss down my body, making my stomach fill with need. His fingers gently spread apart my pussy lips before his tongue dove in, making my body shake with pleasure. After his tongue worked its magic, his dick swiftly entered my pussy in one go. Oh fuck, I screamed as I rocked my hips against his movements, making me orgasm instantly. I spent the next several hours worshipping her body while making her come an unimaginable amount of times. By the time we were done, I knew her body would be sore all over, just the way I liked it. As we laid in bed together, her body tirelessly rolled over to face me. Her beautiful red hair sprawled out all over the pillow as her soft snores echoed across the room. I don't know what I ever did to deserve someone so wonderful to be my mate, but I knew one thing: I would never fuck it up again. Seeing her relaxed body made me wish I knew what was going on inside that pretty little mind of hers. I reached over to move a strand of hair that had fallen in her face when her eyes shot open. They drifted over to me before she got out of bed and walked to the door. I was not sure what was going on, so I decided to follow her. She seemed as if she was still asleep. I've never known her to be a sleepwalker, but at this point I wouldn't rule out the possibility of it being a new thing. I followed her down the winding stairs until we were on the ground level. She kept walking until she stopped at the front door. She paused, looking at the knob before her hand reached over, turning it, then walking out. I knew for sure she was still asleep because she hadn't murmured a single word. We walked along the pathway that led to the flower garden. When she made it to the center, she plopped down on the ground, her head tilted upwards, looking at the moon shining bright in the sky. I stood there in silence on the side, watching the moonlight shine down on her beautiful pale face. After some time, I heard footsteps approaching. I looked over to see Lucy, walking towards us, Frederick following close behind. She came to a stop before sitting across from Tegan. The palms of their hands were stretched out in front of them as they lightly touched. "What's going on?" Frederick asked, as if it was a regular occurrence they did. "I don't know," I whispered. One minute we were sleeping, then the next she was throwing the covers off and getting out of the bed. I tried grabbing her arm, but she retaliated by shoving me backwards, all while ignoring everything I was saying. "Yes, you're not supposed to mess with a sleepwalker," I answered him, but never looked away from them. "How was I supposed to know she was sleeping? I've never spent the night with her," he replied defensively. "This isn't something your sister has ever done before, at least not to my knowledge. This may be something new for them both. My guess is that now that there are two fully powered tribal wolves near one another during a full moon, this is something they do. I couldn't be sure though," I replied as I looked up to see a full moon. Suddenly they both started talking in unison, repeating the same words. "It's the blood of the ancients that runs through our veins, and the forms pass but the circle of life remains. Earth, air, fire, water." It seems to be some form of incantation, but what kind, I'm not sure, I said as they repeated the incantations over and over again. After the third round of incantations, they moved their hands to where they were now above their heads. The wind began to howl in the night sky as it rapidly twisted around them in a tornado effect. Tegan's eyes were white as could be, while Lucy's were as dark as the night sky. They looked at each other without blinking when a sudden burst of energy sparked between them, which lit fire to the ground around them in a circular motion. "We have to get them out," Frederick screamed in fear. "No, leave them," I demanded. "They'll burn to death if we leave them," he hollered as he ran towards them. I quickly pulled his body back as the flames rose higher. "They'll die, let me go," he continued to scream, but something inside of me knew this had to happen. This couldn't be stopped. They began to say the incantation again, only this time their voices became louder and louder, until they were screaming the words. In the third round they suddenly stopped. A whooshing sound erupted all around with such a strong gust of wind that it knocked us on our asses while also blowing the ring of fire around them out immediately. The girls were still facing one another on their knees as their hands descended downwards until their palms were touching each other again in front of their chests. "Earth and sea keep harm from me. Wind and fire bring my desire." They repeated the last bit of the incantation once again before a bright light emerged between the palms of their hands, a light so bright you would think they held the moon in their hands. The light then began to travel up their arms and across their bodies until that was all that could be seen. Their bodies now completely illuminate the resemblances of the brightness of the moon. Both Tegan and Lucy tilted their heads backwards, as if they were literally absorbing this energy that completely surrounded them. What the hell is happening? Frederick asked. Both of us were still on our asses taking in the sight before us, completely shocked by what we were seeing. I had never seen anything more magnificent in my life. If you weren't here right now, I'd think I was dreaming, I replied honestly. Once the glowing effect faded, they stood up, their eyes both now back to their normal shade. They turned to face us before walking in the direction they came from, still not awake, but in some form of a trance. I jumped up from the ground to follow as I did when we came down here. That was weird, was it not? Frederick asked as we closely followed the girls. To be honest, I don't even know what classifies as weird anymore, I answered truthfully. We walked inside as the girls parted ways. I followed Tegan as Frederick followed Lucy, each walking in the direction of their rooms. Tegan walked in the room, immediately getting back in bed. Her soft snores echoing around the room as if what just happened didn't. If it wasn't for Frederick, I would think this was another dream. But no, it happened. They sleepwalked, sat under the bright moon, and said an incantation I didn't even know she knew, let alone them both. The weirdest part of it all, they never even woke. How do I explain this tomorrow? The next day we all sat around the breakfast table. The girls talking to one another, completely unaware of what went down last night. I was trying to convince myself that what happened was all just a dream, but Frederick's confused face told me that I wasn't the only one trying to figure it out. His eyes cut to meet mine, the same confusion swirling around in his eyes that I knew was also in mine. The question of do we ask resounded in my head over and over. A cough made my eyes divert from Frederick to Tegan. I'm sorry, is there something going on between the two of you? She asked curiously. Was the only thing my mind could think of responding to. What Tegan means is, are y'all okay? You both have a look on your face as if you have seen a ghost. Lucy spoke up, making Tegan laugh. Are we okay? The better question is, are y'all okay? Frederick asked, addressing the elephant in the room. I'd say I was more than okay. I got dicked down last night. What about you, T? Lucy asked, making Tegan's face turn a bright red in embarrassment. I had a wonderful night, Tegan replied innocently. But that sleep after the rocking of my vagina was perfect, Lucy said, completely unfazed by her openly talking of her sexual life. I slept rather well myself actually. I haven't slept that good in a while, Tegan responded while shoving food into her mouth. How does one sleep well when they aren't really asleep at all? Frederick asked, making both of their faces scrunch in confusion. I mean, I'm pretty sure I was asleep. I laid down, closed my eyes, and also woke up the next day in the same spot. I'd say that's sleep to me, Lucy responded with a shrug. But you weren't in bed all night, Frederick said, making her head tilt. You're a sleepwalker, Tegan asked with a laugh. So are you. I finally spoke after listening to them all. What, that's crazy, I've never done that before, Tegan said, looking at Lucy. Don't look at me, neither have I, she responded before shoving more food into her mouth. I don't think it was an accident nor a coincidence that both of you slept-walked, I then said with a shrug before also taking a bite of my food. What do you mean? Tegan asked with a confused face. I mean you both slept-walked. You both went to the same place like you knew what you were doing. Her face turned to look at Lucy, who mirrored her expression of not knowing what it was I was talking about. You both were in some form of a trance, willing power or something, Frederick said, cutting in. Willing power? Tegan asked him before looking at me. It appeared to be some type of seance under the full moon. You both did the same things, said the same exact incantations at the exact same time, without missing a beat. And then a glowing effect was all over you both before it was absorbed. I mean, I did have a wildly cool dream, Lucy said, looking over to Tegan, and you were in it, she said as she took another bite. I remember the wind blowing my hair around, making me feel calm, Tegan said with a small smile. I don't know anything about the light thing, but I dreamt of fire, the way it felt when it danced across my skin, Lucy replied as she closed her eyes, probably remembering the feeling. So you remember parts of what happened, but what about the words that brought forth that energy you both absorbed? I asked, looking between the two. Nope, Tegan and Lucy both said in unison. I looked over to Frederick as he looked at me. Do you remember any of the words? Tegan asked. I mean some of them but not all. What were they? Lucy asked next. You both said something about it's the blood of the ancients that runs through our veins. Then after that y'all said something about a circle of life before talking about the earth, air, fire, water, spirit bringing you power and keeping you safe but bringing you what you desire. I'm not sure the exact words. Sounds badass, Lucy replied with a chuckle. But it all had meaning. I know you were asking for powers and then that light appeared between y'all's palms and then absorbed inside you both. Do you feel any different? I asked as I looked between them. Nope, just really hungry, Tegan said as she served herself more food. Me too, I could eat all this food and still want more, Lucy then said next. More power burns more energy which can make you more hungry, I said looking over to Frederick. I just don't get how neither of you remember it. You both said the incantation like a lot, Frederick said, making both Tegan and Lucy stop eating to look at him. Sleepwalkers, what will you do? Lucy said with a shrug. I watched as they continued to eat as if what we were saying was rubbish, but I knew something was off. Tegan was acting weird, almost like I wasn't supposed to know what happened, like she knew but couldn't say. After breakfast, Tegan and I decided to have a family day, just us and our son. We rarely get time for only us, so it's always nice when we can. When we were strapped in the car ready to head out, I brought it up one more time. Tegan, I know you, and I know you're hiding something from me. What I don't understand is why. She looked at me before her eyes cut back to the long road. She said that it must remain between us two, Tegan whispered while closing her eyes. Who said that, Lucy? Because as of right now we aren't even sure Lucy is mentally stable, nor do we know if she is or isn't a danger to others. I responded angrily. No, not Lucy. Then who? Celeste, the moon goddess, she said as her eyes looked over to me. The same white shade as last night. You can feel it, can't you, the powers you absorbed last night? Of course I can, it was the moonlight powers, her powers to be exact. So the moon goddess trusts Lucy? I asked, still unsure myself. I guess, who am I to know who's worthy or not? I am only her servant. What do you mean by her servant? A protector of this realm. She blessed Lucy and I so that we can hold the purity of her powers to bring him down for good. Why only you two? Because we are the only ones who can. We are the remaining tribal wolves. The supernatural beings that were kissed by the moon to be her warriors in defense. So what does that mean? That means Lucy and I will put an end to his reign, she replied. Looking back at me, her eyes changed back to green. Tegan's POV. It had been 5 months since both Lucy and I had come into our newfound gifts given by the moon goddess herself. We had worked relentlessly on mastering these abilities so that when the time came we were ready. Lucy wasn't nearly as frightened about the underworld being released as I was, but she respected my decision to keep them contained where they were. The moon goddess told me we would be facing more challenges as the days progressed, as our powers manifested. She also said there would always be a need for balance in the world, but together we are the balance. I wasn't sure what she meant regarding that, but took every word in nevertheless. Ezra remained, keeping up his side by training the kingdom, including women and children. Although they were not asked to participate in this war, we needed them to be able to defend themselves if need be. Elias was steadily getting older, and the closer we got to him turning one, the more anxious I was becoming. He was now 7 months old, which meant we only had 5 more months to prepare for Iblis. I knew we had the upper hand, but in the same breath he had unimaginable powers lurking inside of his body that frightened even me. I had reached out to Helga on many occasions, praying she would understand the depths of his intent. So far all have been without a doubt a major failure. No matter what I said or did, she didn't care. While we prepared for battle, Cass was a hostage within Iblis's clutches. Iblis made sure to give me weekly reminders of his captive friend by sending us strands of her hair, while other times a video of her. She had been in his possession for 5 months now. There was truly no telling what all he had managed to do to her, let alone if she was even the same Cass we knew. So many times I wanted to storm in and rescue her. It was after all partially my fault she was even there. But I was always reminded that he would overthrow me the moment I got there. Iblis was centuries old with a lot of power. Not only that, but his experiences and the time he has had to master his abilities was far more than Lucy and I combined. I was new to the life of having powers, and my powers were nothing compared to his. Even combined with Lucy, I was still often frightened it wasn't enough. What's going on inside that pretty little mind of yours? Ezra's deep voice cut into my never-ending cycle of thoughts. My eyes cut over to see his magnificent body glistening in the sun after his run. Same things that are always on my mind. We're going to win, I just know it. You've worked so hard and you've mastered your powers on levels I never imagined. There is no way that you will fail, Ezra said as if it were that simple. Have you seen Lucy lately? No, why? She was supposed to meet me here. I was starting to become irritated at her inconsistency. She had been missing practice recently, while other times saying she'll be here and ends up not showing. Call Frederick, maybe she went to his pack to spend time with her mate. As reasonable as that sounded, I found it hard to believe. Although she is fated to him, she also has this strong will about being her own person and not being tethered down. As far as I knew, she is still refusing to allow him to mark her but has remained faithful. From what he has told me, she also refuses to live with him and states he needs to find a mistress to take up Luna duties. That never sat right with me. No normal she-wolf asks her mate to mate with others. We were normally territorial creatures. However, since we unleashed her full potential, something has changed. I would have never dreamed of acting the way Lucy has been. I just wished she'd talk to me. Yeah, I'll do that. Any plans now? I asked, changing the subject again. Elias and I are going to tackle some pack business. Do you have any plans if Lucy doesn't show? I guess I'll just train alone again, I said in a huff. It'll be fine, Red, she'll show, Ezra said as he placed a soft kiss on my forehead. I got to get to the pack daycare to check Elias out so we can go have some father-son time. A smile appeared across his face at his words. Don't have too much fun, I replied jokingly. Once Ezra had disappeared, I pulled my phone out, dialing Lucy's number. I heard a click, but she didn't speak. Luke, you there? I asked, but all that could be heard was music in the background. She must have answered accidentally. Instead of hanging up, I listened in. It was in the middle of the day. Where could she possibly be at this time with that loud of music? Only one place came to mind, but she wouldn't be there, would she? I wouldn't put anything past her, Gemma said, finally talking. Why do you say that? I asked, unsure what she meant. Lucy has a wild mind. Taming her would be nearly impossible. I wouldn't put it past her to be in a place as filthy as that. The idea of her being alone in such a horrible place made my skin crawl. Frederick would lose his cool if he knew his mate was there. It wasn't considered a nightclub because it was open 24 hours a day since it was underground. Finally, I decided to go check on her myself. Soon I was at the entrance to go underground, which also happened to be the club's name, the Underground. All that was required for entry was proof of being a supernatural. They only allowed humans in at night for the vamps, which humans had to sign a waiver before entry was allowed, for legal purposes. The stench was already unbelievably strong as I made my way inside, dodging the swaying bodies until I heard her voice. Follow me, her sultry tone made my skin crawl. I watched from a distance, not wanting her to know I was here. I then followed. She was leading a man up the stairs to a secluded area. Sorry, little wolf, this area is off-limits, a burly bouncer said, placing his hand out to stop me. I looked around him to see Lucy seductively dragging this creature by his tie down the hall. What about her? I asked, nodding my head in the direction Lucy had disappeared, going inside a room with the number 6 on it. She is permitted by the owner. And who is the owner? I asked questionably. That would be me. Welcome, Luna Tegan. I thought you'd never come. His voice sent a shiver of fear down my spine. I whipped around to see the one person I never expected. Iblis. Tegan's P. I blankly stared at his face, fear spreading across my body. In the flesh, he said as he spread out his arms. How are you here? I asked, not really grasping the idea of him being able to leave. Oh, I am free to roam as I see fit. This here was my meat suit when I was human. I'm not like my disciples. I can come and go as I please, not stuck to one place if I choose to not be. How did I not know you owned this place so close to my home? I asked as fear overtook my thoughts again. He was always near and I had no idea. I go by another name here, but fear not, this is my business establishment. No harm will come to my good customers while being here. How long has Lucy been coming here? Lucy, I meet so many, remind me of who that is. Short black hair, wears a lot of black, went that way not even 5 minutes ago with permission granted by you. Don't act like you don't know who I am talking about. Ah, Lucy, right, she goes by Widow here. Why would she go by Widow? I asked, confusion taking over again. Her stage name, of course. Lucy is an employee here. I guess some dark humor lingers in that girl. She wears only black with red lips and names herself Widow. Therefore, I can only guess her name is in reference to a black widow. Does she know who you are? I asked, avoiding the fact she had been working here for goddess knows how long, possibly playing both sides this entire time. Well, nobody calls me by my given name, only the name I give, so it's safe to say probably not. However, I do know her, he said as a wicked smile crossed his face. How about we go talk in a more private setting, maybe my office? So you can get me alone and kill me? I asked dramatically. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead already, dear. But you've done nothing to warrant such an action. This is more of a friendly meeting, he said while walking past the burly man, his hand outstretched for me to follow. I looked over at the bouncer, but his eyes remained looking ahead, as if he was minding his own business. I walked past the man stepping ahead of Iblis. He then proceeded to walk alongside me, allowing us to walk at a steady pace beside one another. Screams were echoing down the empty halls, but he didn't flinch. The beating music from the club drowned it out so nobody else could hear. Why are they screaming? Screams of pleasure, he said while stopping in front of a door, unlocking it. That didn't sound like a pleasurable scream. Really, sounded like music in my ears, brought me pleasure, he said with a low, deep chuckle. When we entered the room, he waited for me to take a seat before he closed the door, then rounded the table to sit himself. So where to begin, he asked. How about what you are doing here? I told you, dear, I own this establishment. I am clearly here to make sure it is running smoothly. You know that is not what I meant, I said, anger laced in my tone. Oh, you think I am staying close by for Elias? He asked with a chuckle. Don't say his name like you know him, I raged. Well, I will get to know him. We will become best buds. I stood as my eyes shifted, the powers inside coming to life as the anger intensified within. I wouldn't do that if I were you. It wouldn't be a wise decision, he said as he pushed a button on his desk. A beep coming across before the other end connected. Yes, sir, the voice asked. Send in the worker for room 2, please. She has a client at the moment, sir. Then you will take over, send her now, he said before pushing the button, disconnecting the line. Room 2 wasn't what I saw Lucy go into. She went into room 6. Why would he ask for room 2? Go on, sit back down. No need for anger, especially until you see for yourself, he said with a dark chuckle. Soon a tap on the door had him looking over, a major smile spreading across his face. Ah, dear, do come forth, he said with his hand reaching out again. I, however, didn't turn to look, uninterested in his facade. Soon a glimpse of bright red hair emerged in my peripheral vision, grabbing my attention. The urge to look hit full force. I quickly snapped my head to the side to see a face I only dreamt of. I cut my eyes back to him to see the smile even bigger on his face. That was worth the wait, was it not? He asked as he clapped his hands together. I don't understand. I mean, come on, dear, how could you? You were only just a baby, he replied with a laugh. But you died, I then said, looking at the now confused woman who stared back at me. I'm sorry, do I know you? Her confused voice asked, making my heart clench in my chest. Of course you don't, dear, he responded to her, smiling. Oh, okay, am I supposed to train her, sovereign? She asked, looking at Iblis. You know what, I didn't need you after all. Go on back to your station, dear, he said while swishing his hand to dismiss her. Once she had left, my eyes cut back to see him as his eyes glistened with mischief. Why doesn't she know me? How could she? He asked, laughing. Because she is not the same person you want her to be, he responded by cutting me off, but still her nonetheless. He then said with a shrug, you had her all this time? I did. Magnificent surprise, right? How could you do this? I needed a service. She had what I needed. Simple decision. This place, what is this place? A club, he replied, smiling. You and I both know that whatever they're doing has nothing to do with dancing. I screamed. You're right. Are they some form of prostitutes? I asked, my heart now in my throat. Of course not. How degrading would that be? Then what are they doing for you? Let's call them my tribal assassins, he said with a chilling smile across his face. I can see Lucy interested in something so vile, but not her, I said as tears sprang forward. Your mother is the best assassin I have ever had. In fact, she is so good she is my number 2, but she died giving birth to me. Is that what you were told? He asked, laughing. Oh no, she didn't die. She is clearly very much alive. Then why didn't she recognize me, her own flesh and blood? It's been 20 years, why would she recognize you? His evil voice asked.